Right, we can't use Don because we probably use May Assault. We probably should like try to fuel May Assault here, right? Because she is a monster. To fuel May Assault, we need Envy, we need Gloom, and we need Sloth. Our Sloth generation is weird. We have a trouble with Envy generation because we don't have Dawn, so we kind of have to use these guys. That's our base Envy. We obviously use Honglu. It goes without saying we need to use Honglu. He's the only person who can clash with anything ever. Yisang doesn't really interfere too much with chains. Like, we could use this together. There's no point in using Faust. We can't get enough ego resources quickly enough. Probably just do like that, right? I feel like it might be that. My only worry with that is that we're not actually going to make any use out of Yisang. I don't think we have a good alternative. We could use Gregor instead. It's all piercing damage, isn't it? Who's piercing weak? Here. You're piercing strong, aren't you? No, you're slashing strong. You are piercing weak. We kind of need you for resources, though. This is probably fine. You can maybe use Gregor instead of Yisang. Gregor might be useful to like block stuff. We don't use Gregor very much either. Any excuse to use Gregor. Yeah, I think we'll try that.
와, 기대되네요. 즉시 출격하겠습니다. 몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어. 몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어. 내려 부수러 갈 시간이다. 네, 원하신다면. 와, 즉시 출격하겠습니다. 몸이 찌뿌둥하던 모두에게. 최선을 다해볼게.
I think this is going to be really hard. I don't know anything about it. Do you think it's a beast man? I'd love it to be, but I don't know. It might just be someone crouched over Quantum. Sinkoka. Sinkoka. What's it, people? I think this is 11 Sinister. Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't add the other guys. Whoops. Whoops. I didn't add my backup. I completely forgot. I'm just trying to start this. I was just trying to get the starting team set up. Completely forgot to add backup. Right, okay. The other choice, I guess, is to... If this doesn't work, then we can send out like a sack party to fuel resources and then we bring in chains and maybe win. I don't know. You are not going to be able to... Oh, you're piercing resistant actually, aren't you? You're good at tanking things. Guess you'll be fine. Sorry everyone. I'm pretty sure that Sinclair will be the most OP character that I own. Probably too OP to use, I imagine. I'm not sure if we need to Durante, right? I'm not sure. Like, we'll see how horrible this is. She might only do it once and then like we're good. It'd be a shame to waste the Durante. We don't have anything that comes close to this, right? Not turn 1 at least. We want to build with... We definitely want to use the upheaval. Actually, do we? Maybe we don't need to. We can dominate with catch breath. Yeah, maybe we don't need to. Gregor could probably guard that. Like Gregor's pretty tanky. He's also, I think he's strong against Envy. Lust. Oh no, he's not. He's just not weak against it. He's strong against piercing. I'm sure this is fine. Oh. Oh. That didn't start the way that I expected it to. This is fine, right? This is fine. Problem is this puts bleed on everyone. Oh god, does she do it every turn? Oh dear god. No, this is different. This is nowhere near as bad. This we can evade. We can try to. Gregor's a beast. The guy's cracked out. Not when I'm trying to flash, sadly. But, you know, other than that, he's a beast. Yeah. Dear. Oh no, he. Oh, you're good, you're good. It's fine, she can take damage. That's what she's made to do, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. This phase is fine. We need our first turn to go better than that, I guess. We need to be able to get chains up or something like that. I don't know how exactly we win this. It's gonna be very hard. We can keep trying and just see if we can progress it a little bit, see if it gets worse. But yeah, it's gonna be really rough, I think. These are the ones that consume hard blood when we hit them. That's the buff that goes on her. I think these are our strongest hit. Maybe this is actually. I think we're dead. You tried your best, Gregor. You really did. Easy. Easy. Okay. So we can chain her? Can we clash with anything? No. Fuck. Oh dear. Yeah, she's locked onto someone, isn't she? No, she's not. It's unfortunate. He's not going to be able to do anything. Nothing is on her at all. Shit. That's all we're blocking. But I hope we stagger. Fine, Chase will save us.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
God. This fight was a lot easier when I could spam Chains of Others. Who would have thought? Oh, blood on some. You have to try to stop these. I don't know exactly how we stop those. We have to try to stop them. Not super good.
좋아, 간다.
This could definitely be better here. There you go. She got all her bleed off. She's fine. She's golden. We didn't need them. It's okay.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
28 hard blood, yeah. We'd probably stagger her, so we don't have to deal with this. You clash with anything? Yeah, you can clash here. Does that actually send it over? Or we use the flashing strike?
표정에 따라
It's fine.
진행합니다.
Oh, it's got a huge shield. Never mind. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's a massive barrier in this place. We're very dead. I don't know how we. Don't really know how we handle this. Off the top of my head. Probably gonna have to like Durante the first ability Or maybe the second ability. It's definitely going to be hard work. Need Peeb. I don't know how Peeb would help us. I don't really know who Phoebe is still. I'm not sure what Peeb would be doing for us. We need chains. Like, we need chains to be able to do anything to her. Peeb is Peeb, yep. I have heard that. Maresort doesn't get targeted though. We have to let something through. It was pretty bad.
네.
와, 기대되네요. 즉시 출격하겠습니다. 몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어. 때려 부수러 갈
모두에게 평등하게.
최선을 다해볼게.
I guess we need to use the Sang to just try to sanity her. These clashes are really bad though. We need everyone to be able to pull their weight here. It's fine if we can spam Crow's Eye, but we can't. Yeah, I don't know.
최선을 다해볼게.
It's hard.
재밌고 이건 내가 맞지.
앞장서시오.
따라가겠어요. 내가 필요해?
와, 기대되네요. 즉시 출격하겠습니다.
Set these up a second. I need to do their IDs as well if I'm going to put them on here.
네, 문제 없어요.
앞장서시오. 와, 기대. 즉시 출격하겠습니다.
재밌군. 이건 내가 맞지.
What do we usually use for them?
따라가겠어요. 네, 문제 없어요. 따라가겠습니다.
와, 즉시 출격하겠습니다.
네, 문제 없어요. 네,
와, 즉시 출격하겠습니다.
재밌군. 이건 내가 맞지.
몸이 찌.
네. 원하신다.
내가
최선을
Okay,
다해볼게.
let's try this again.
빨리
We
끝내고
might have to
밥
use a
먹으러
Duranta here, I'm
가자고.
not sure. I don't know if we can take that first hit, it's pretty horrible. She doesn't gain, I don't think she gains sanity from it. We kind of got a bit fucked there because Aldis blew the first hit. Like the first hit of the game. She just whiffed her dominating backslash, which set her into overdrive. So maybe when that doesn't happen, it won't be as bad. Anything can contest this, it's that. And since that can't, I'm guessing we can't. You can just try and like make her lose her coin flip on it. Maybe that's it. Or we just wait until she fails her coin flip on it. Do 45 current SP and heal up to 45 SP. There isn't enough Blood Feast. There isn't enough Blood Feast, she like bleeds herself, is that it? Is that how it works? Unit doesn't have enough Blood Feast, gain 50 bleed. Activate immediately, lose 2 bleed count, gain 200 shield HP. Gain 3 fragile. Just tank it. I can, but it also makes her incredibly powerful. I think we have to do this. This won't guaranteed work. Actually, it's still so low odds. Yeah, maybe it doesn't even help. We would have to Suburbia a block that will hit really hard. So we would need, what, like Forest in the Flames to beat this? Land of Illusion doesn't get there. Yeah, like maybe suddenly one day. We could use suddenly one day. Use a golden bow to conduct lightning. Yep. We might as well try it. Like we can always reuse the Suburbia if we don't win. Easy favoured, but won't be favoured once we start probably. I think the only way that we win this is if we beat her down, basically, and keep her sanity drained. Our numbers are too weak. Use this. This. Then we can chain next turn.
좋아, 간다.
Well, we kind of really fucked. They could at least try to win their starting their starting clashes, you know.
전략을 다시 재고해 보시길.
It's because she gets 45 sanity immediately at the start of combat, so all those dominating suddenly become not so dominating. Win rated through this fight. Yeah, I can't really do that. Mangona. It's not supposed to be clash, you tanked it yourself. Yeah, maybe we just tank it then.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
I think we need a better turn than that to really stand any kind of chance. We need to be drilling her sanity immediately.
제가 지나치게 빨랐던 건가요?
이게 최선이겠죠?
Her leading with that, with like 2 very powerful attacks, is very, very, very rough. They have any kind of warm up. Somewhere we can get chains without dying. I think I just saw a dude with some bat and some other dude who looked really close to the other guy, had some weird coffin on his back fighting in front of your door. Doesn't seem very likely, I attempt. I'm not sure that's true. She would need a miracle to get that through. So we would have to do that. Just win the flip twice. Go wrong. What could go wrong?
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
You tried. I think we need a really good first turn to get through this. What are our other options here? Anything really great that we can Superbia? We can Superbia Emitter for SP. We could Emitter something to clash the thing, but I don't think that's it. Tank first hit and pray. It does seem like that, yeah. It seems like that is unfortunately our game plan here. Tank first hit, pray that we can get a good first turn. We don't have double. I guess we do this.
간다.
Again, this is very much like Bamboo Hack Him, right? Where it's just unbelievably swinging.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
I'm not sure how like an ID or two would even really help us here. It's just a case of it's a pretty shitty fight. You have Superbia Faust to get the ball rolling. I do have Superbia, yeah. I'm gonna give it a few more tries like this before we start messing around with that. Backslash has okay odds here. Backslash here.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
I don't know if backslash can actually beat that because it rolls to a 14. I don't know what's making it roll to a 14. It must be one of the various effects, probably like hard blood or whatever it's called.
목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
That stacks up after combat start. But we can't outroll that, can we? We would need to use some of our 3s to outroll that. It rolls to 14. Really get there. Test this again to see how much it's getting. Maybe we counterattack 2 of these.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
It's not great. Chain that, but it'll probably pop off. Anyone who acts after him is going to have a decent chance of stopping some of this stuff. Wounded is bleed count, right? Fortunately, this is a dodge.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
Oh, Gregor! What a big dick.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
fact that it missed a coin is lucky, really. Damn. Still rolls too high. We're taking these. We have thingy up, chains up. So we should be able to clash. Heath is kind of dead, so sanity's a bit wasted on him. Heath is kind of dead. Heath is very dead. All these guys are pretty fucked. I'm gonna fix a merch to clear, yeah. If only. If only.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Oh dear. We don't have chains next turn either, do we? We have a selection of very awful skills. He actually dominates over here. Okay. We can stop that.
해보기는
fine.
할게요.
This is fine.
안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
He's having a great time. Next turn she does a ridiculous attack and we get completely fucked, I think. It's not this turn. It's the next turn. Coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb fight. Yeah, indeed. It's 4 speed this turn as well. We don't have anything to counter with May Assault. Catch breath doesn't counter anything. You have to hit this to reduce the hard blood. Oh man, we can't even stop those. Kind of have to stop these because they're the AoE attacks. Just 30 hard blood.
좋아, 간다.
Ish is dead anyway. Oh yeah, Ish was dead. I wasn't paying attention. I am not sure how we approach this. This is extremely hard. And unfortunately, it is the worst type of fight. During Blood Theme, less effect is active when the student takes damage to attack against 5 bleed. Less effect is active, the shield HP does not expire at turn end. When conditions are met, gain 3 fragile. Thank you so much for following, Wesley. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Interior shield HP. Yeah, it's this thing again. Like not being able to stagger her before this goes off, I think is over. I think the game is over. Fight is over. We have to be able to find a way to get her down to her first stagger mark before that happens. Or she gets a rerun on her Don Quixote thing. Whether we need like a blessed run for that, whether we need to use a Superbia, I'm not sure. The chains seem absolutely necessary. I don't think we can do this without chains. It feels so unbelievably hard to do anything to without chains on. Might be better the longer the fight goes. It's possible, but we have all of our like power lined up at the start. So maybe we have to sack sinners like and move into them later. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe we could try that.
제가 지나치게 빨랐던 건가요?
Just push her through her first phase and gather ego with sinners, maybe. I don't know. Shit, I'm on the wrong thing.
네, 원하신다면. 네, 원하신다면.
와, 기대되네요.
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
앞장서시오.
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
모두에게 평등하게.
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어. 내려 부스러 갈 시간이다. 몸이
내가 필요해? 모두에게 평등하게. 내가 필요해?
최선을 다해볼게.
모두에게 평등하게.
We need to have a way of generating
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어.
envy.
내려 부스러 갈 시간이다.
모두에게 평등하게.
Might be able to be able to tank stuff
이건 내가
while
맞지.
generating resources.
따라가겠어요.
Then I guess we get into this.
원하신다면.
따라가겠어요.
즉시
와, 기대되네요. 와,
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
와, 기대되네요. 앞장서시오.
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
와,
즉시 출격하겠습니다. 이 오티스
Maybe we can try it.
선전합니다.
Only we could shard event ID Heishu Outus. I don't know what that does. I imagine all the Heishus are ridiculous. Like, in my opinion, you could win that. Really, it definitely didn't feel like it to me. I don't think any of these are going to be favoured by the time it rolls over right. You have to flip 2 heads.
금방 다녀올게.
Trigger Eternal Punishment is actually just a punching bag, yep. I think Heath solos the manager Don. Why canonically Heath is greater than Don power, I see.
좋아, 간다.
They do. I don't think anyone beats these, do they? We'll try it.
해보겠습니다.
It's fine. We're still kicking. We don't want to counter attack because we will die and not get the thing.
해보겠습니다.
결국 난 제국이 된다니.
Donita Limbus family. We can try it. House cannot block anything. It's so bad. Yeah, I don't think this is it either. Sacking things doesn't work. She stacks up too much hard blood. Stacks up too much blood feast. We have to be able to like fight her from the get-go. Or we can't find the numbers. We have to like keep her under control. She scales up too much. She's very, 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 very swingy.
죄송해요. 제가 조금 더 잘했어야 했는데 아직 미숙한 게 맞나 봐요.
The only way to really keep her under control is chains.
원하신다면
We could try to open up with an emitter to make it better, maybe. We could try to counter the first hit with like Forest for the Flames or something like that. Or suddenly one day. But it's going to put up all the bleed anyway. Like, it's going to red coin all the bleed anyway. I think the most powerful thing that we can Durante is Emitter. Nothing else is really going to have any kind of impact.
와, 기대되네요.
즉시 출격하겠습니다. 즉시
I'm a bit lost with this one.
와,
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
I'm struggling to even think how dispensing a unit is going to help us. Because one unit is not going to get us very far. Need to clash the AoE and hope you win it. What, at the start, Zepham? But it will red coin the AoE anyway, right? Oh no no no! If you clash, if you win it, then you clash. It stops like some of the stuff or something. Maybe.
네, 원하신다면
Not the start. The turn 2 one, you mean, Zepham? The four coin turn 2 one. Are you talking about? That one is probably quite clashable. I think it only rolls to a 12 naturally, but then it's modified by all the shit that's going on.
최선을 다해볼게.
모두
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
Paralyze into chain first turn. Fast is too slow. Probably. Yeah, no, maybe that could work. No, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe that does work. Like, maybe. We'd have to re-roll until we got an attempt where Faust... I think Faust should usually go before Mayaso at least. I think she's stuck to 1 speed on the first turn. Yeah, maybe that could work.
네.
Try it.
원하신다면. 네.
와, 기대되네요.
몸이
모두에게 평등하게 따라가겠어요.
So we need to do this, this.
원하신다면.
와,
Guess it has to be that.
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어. 내려 부스러 갈 시간이다.
따라갈 준비는
Yeah, it could maybe work.
끝났습니다.
It's not a bad thought. We could give it a try. That's Mr. Paralyzed. She didn't find a skill 1.
제가 지나치게 빨랐던 건가요?
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
Yeah, the fact that she's 1 speed on turn 1, I think she's always 1 speed on turn 1, means we might be able to manipulate it like that. Not really great. Oh, we also missed the paralyze. Faust doesn't want to roll any of her skill 1s. She's not interested.
제가 지나치게 빨랐던 건가요?
하라고? 나? 뭐 최선은 다해보.
Too slow. Also didn't roll her skill 1. Yeah, again.
젠장 이거 진짜 열받네. 형체 여기서 안
하라고? 나? 뭐 최선은.
Surely this time, surely. Too slow. But she did find a skill 1. First attack isn't that bad to tank. No, the second AoE after you win the clash on it, or at least if memory serves,
기대는 걸지
for a while
않았어요.
trying to backseat, it's fine, don't worry.
하라고?
It's not a problem.
나?
You're not. You're fine.
뭐 최선은 다해보.
We're just talking about how to try to get through the encounter. If anything, I'm encouraging backseating. Yeah, the first attack doesn't seem that bad to tank. Doesn't seem like a big deal. See the new Wiz character, seems like it could be a male beast foot line. It might be. Certainly could be. She's 2 speed this time. Fuck. Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow, Radius.
전략을 다시 재고해 보시길.
길게 끌 거 없어. 바로 간다.
It might just be a guy crouched. It's definitely possible. It doesn't look like a dwarf. Legs and arms aren't thick enough. Gosh, you're so slow. You're such a
많은
slowpoke.
기대는 걸지 않았어요. 목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
Why only? Oh shit! Did I only have 6 units selected? Fuck me. Thanks, Elsa. I didn't realise. Well, regardless, we've got a good roll here, so let's give it a go. I don't think we can reasonably clash. We can maybe clash one of these. Yeah, actually, we kind of need to do that twice, don't we?
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Oh, I should have done the evade. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I should have done the evade. We need the glue. Why not try to clash the other skills if it's just neutral? Because it won't be neutral, Zetham. After she acts, she gains 45 SP. She immediately gains 45 SP. I fucked this up anyway. I needed to generate a sloth so we could chain again. And I didn't select any of our other units. But that does work. We can kind of reset to that if we want to. If we want to try to reset to that. It's not an unreasonable reset.
재밌군. 재밌군.
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
재밌군. 이건 내가
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
앞장서시오.
내가 필요해?
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
많은 기대는 걸지 않았어요.
We are looking
이게
for
끌거 없어.
Faust
간다.
to be above Mayor Salt. We are looking for Faust to have a skill 1. That is what we are looking for here. We are also looking to make sure that Mayor Salt can act before the boss. Slash the other skills before the big attack. She gets SP. So she gets the SP only after the turn. No, it's combat start. That doesn't work, does it?
전략을
We need
다시
quite a
재고해보시길.
specific order to even make this work.
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
Kind of need Faust and Mayor Salt to be right next to each other. That works. Yeah, that works. Okay. You might be able to clash this. Simply Key, thank you. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. The ego isn't clashing it. Oh, thank you.
먼저 간다.
Nice on loot.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Hopefully there'll be some young ladies.
Hopefully. That's convenient.
먼저 간다.
It's a bad one to lose. It's what it is. So we're just trying to fuel the chain, basically, to keep it up. If we can't fuel the chain, then we have a problem. .24 damage over 7 is not bad. It's the bleed that's the problem, really. I wish we could circumvent that, but we can't. You have to counter one of these. Cool. We can't. It's gonna stagger if we counter it, isn't she? We kind of can't. I guess we just have to push her sanity as much as we can. We get entertainment.
먼저 간다.
Just have to get her sanity down as much as possible, I think. Unfortunately, she's gonna... I think she's gonna go to another... We're gonna make like another round. Unless we can push her really hard. And so she's gonna end up getting another barrier and getting her sanity back up to 45. I don't know if we can stop her. We just don't have enough damage.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
With this turn coming up, we can't chain. I think we just have to push. as hard as we can. It's last week, right? So we just ram into this. Better. Don't know if that's enough damage, but if she gets another turn, then she goes back into her. Wait, is it maybe one more turn after this? No, I think we have one more turn after this. She has a turn where she just red attacks, right? I think we have another turn. Next turn, she won't be chained. Yeah, not clashing is a mistake. I also agree. You don't need to generate that envy this turn. What can you clash mess up this? I think she has another turn. I'm pretty sure she has another turn. You want something better on this. We have a glue. I should use this. I should use this. We're gonna get rid of it anyway. It'd be nice. I guess it would be nice to if we do this and we can actually get a mitter. Yeah, okay. I guess that's fine.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
Yeah, okay, so we have one more turn. Does she sanity reset? She'll only sanity reset if she gets her ability right. I don't think she resets to 0 when she hits 45. We don't need to chain. We're going to reset her. Two power up at every turn start. We don't really need to make her lose all those clashes. Only her lust skills can regen SB, yeah. It's only this one, as far as I know. This horrible attack, which she does next turn. No, not that one, sorry, this one. La Aventura ha terminado. The adventure has ended. I don't know if she'll continue to do this. Kinda don't want to burn the whirlwind. I think that's greedy though. I think we just have to push it. We downward slash next turn. We don't know what's coming up after that. I think we just want to max damage here. We want to clash these because it drains her hard blood. We want to clash those for sure. But aside from that, I think we're just slamming for damage. No. Maybe we use it to build. It has to be here and here, right? This might even take it over with just a whirlwind. It's definitely possible. The whirlwind will probably hit really hard. SP Adiragan, thank you. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. XMX, thank you for following. Very goody. Hope you're having a good day.
행동을 개시합니다.
Okay, it didn't stagger good. She's actually below half, so a flashing strike will hit like a train.
다음은 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
We have a turn to hit into her stagger. Ah, that's so awkward. Okay, so we can chain this turn, but not next turn. At least the flashing strike will hit like a train. This is slashing, isn't it? It's not piercing, so there's no point in putting pierce fragility up.
행동을 개시합니다.
것들이 오지.
1 limbillion flashing strikes, yeah. We're trying. Okay, so she doesn't go back to Aventura after being staggered, which helps us a lot. She does reset her sanity. I don't know exactly why her sanity resets. I couldn't see what was causing her to reset her sanity, but surely no red coin incoming. But she should have Aventura'd on that turn. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Panic. Oh yeah, she was panicked. Yeah, she's not immune to panic. Yep. I'm with you. Right, this is now hard. Come, BBB. Thank you for following. What a splendid name. Welcome. Oh boy.
뭐?
Oh, you get staggered immediately as soon as you... Right, you have to backbash something here then. Oh, that's so grim. But if we don't do that, we can't generate an MV. Unless we don't Flashing Strike. We need to Flashing Strike. Flashing Strike counters everything here right now. Do we have a target on there? So we do. This is with chain up as well. It's the worst part about this. We are struggling to find clashes with chain up. We're about to feed her SP off of this. Feels very bad. About 1,000,000 miles off the next stagger. Heath unoppose and evade 2 skills. The problem with that, Zetham, is that if Heathcliff doesn't attack, he will not generate an MV, which means that we can't chain next turn either, as we are devoid of envy. Unopposed with Heath. Yeah, maybe that's better. Yeah, no, you're right. Yep, you're absolutely correct. It's way better to unopposed with Heath. You're totally right. I think we have to take some of these on the chin. We can't actually clash a lot of these. As horrendous as it is. We've taken a decent chunk of our health. So we might be able to just like bring it home, maybe? I don't know. Ish staggers as soon as she takes a hit. Which is not great. Yeah, it's negating all the chain, and she's not going to be chained at all next turn. There's no chain next turn. We don't even have an attack down from Faust. We don't have an attack down from Honglu either. It's going to be absolutely grim. This is on Gregor, who will stagger. This is on Gregor, who will stagger. This is on Mayasalt. Mayasalt can take that hit. This is on Faust. I think Faust can probably take that hit. So none of these are super imperative. We leave these both on Gregor, it's just Gregor getting staggered basically. Don't think that's going to hit for anything. Flashing Strike will definitely counter something. I think it's worth trying to block this, maybe? Maybe it's not worth the sanity, like the risk of sanity. You gain so much. I think feeding her sanity is the worst possible thing we can do right now. If we can just keep Ishmael alive, like, she could probably get there just flashing striking. With a flying blade coming up, no flashing strike. But flashing strike will do quite a lot of damage. Evade is doing so much work. Yeah, we could evade. We just don't have... Like, Honglu needs to block something. Like, Faust can probably evade something. Probably. We do have Emitter as well that we can use. Emitter's not, like, costing us any resources. I don't think we use that here. Yeah, Flashing Strike rolls up to 21, so it's like an ego at this point. Rolls up to 21. It's also a lot of damage. I think if we do that... This has pretty decent odds. We can dodge one of these. Or we could dodge the one on... If we dodge the ones on Gregor, maybe. If we do that. This goes through onto Hermes. This is dodgeable by Faust. We have to clash these because they are the hard bloods. We are generating an MV we can chain next turn. I think we're better off punching damage, pushing damage, because we need to get her to her next threshold before she does her horrible ability. I don't think defending helps with this. We really hope Gregor can win that clash.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
It should be in what? Like 4 hours? Oh shit, he didn't win it. Oh, Gregor. How could you do this to me? Gregor is a slime. Right. So she does this now. Yeah, that's not going to be great for us. We don't win this clash, I think, with anything. I don't think anything that we have is anywhere near this. In fact, we can't even clash at that. We can't... this ends her turn, right? I think she just does this. She heals up, and then it ends turn, if I remember correctly. Maybe it doesn't. I remember in the fight, this ended her turn. This? It's this one. Target is the feeble increase the over there. Flashing Strike can't win against that. It's 20 plus 14. So she would have to lose her flip and she's gonna go up to 45 SP. So no. So no. I'm afraid not. Like if we were faster than her, we could paralyze her coin and then win with Flashing Strike, maybe. But we're not faster than her. Defense time. I don't know how much defense is going to save us. Yep. Very rough.
무슨 문제라도 있으십니까?
Mercer doesn't get staggered, you can chain her for next turn. We can't do this, we don't have enough blood new. That would help too. She'll get staggered immediately by this, even if she doesn't die. She's not gonna get flashing strike anyway. I don't want to feed it sanity. Yeah, we had to use we used Durante at the start of the fight.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
Actually failed its flip. It failed its flip.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Hello? Tell me this is the end of the fight. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Thanks, sweet Jesus. There is a Mother Mercy. There is a Mother of Mercy. Thank God. Oh, thank God. I must. I have to be the mother to all of them. To families first. It's... No, my lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner. Nothing more. Thank you, Virgilius. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Saved. Oh my word, thank God. Thank you, Virgilius. Thank you. I didn't realise that there would be that in the middle of that. I will not place the blame of this I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone. Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well, then... I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. After some time passed. Okay, what happened? Did you lose consciousness? Or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? Voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is correct. But I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some of them were voices of those who I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed! I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all. As Don Quixote, the blood fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner, and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, the strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us, after spending a little while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge? I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know. It seemed like he was in it only to save his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. Oh, of course. The risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchegan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent it in a complaint, and that report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual, on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. I love that Hohenheim is just fucking saying this, like literally straight to her fucking face. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of these needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind perseveres these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere word thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. Oh, he must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I'm also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare of feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. And what might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Aww. Maybe he's not such a bad guy. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet, with the effort from the subject herself, and efforts from various other environmental subjects, environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort, really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Katie took a deep breath and turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look. Sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Aww. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? Don't think so. It's no coincidence that, at this very moment, I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I can't help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Aww. I crash out when she finds out, yeah. Yeah, she suspects something. She is gonna fucking crash out. She's not gonna have a good time. I'm so glad Vigilius saved us from that. Like, that was not gonna go well for us. Like, she was gonna kill our whole team. Thanks, Vigilius. Thanks, Daddy Berg. Well, now that's over and done with, I'd like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means... Indeed. We were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Huh? And what were your calculations? What were your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance to establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... there's plenty of significance, alright. We've all got to know who's the big boss. While this is but speculation of the worst case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce myself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of the scale, were they to be measured by the strengths prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memory. Maybe before I lost my memories. Even I. Dante. Don't. It is very interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviours among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons, such as scoring higher than they did on a test. Hohenheim gets bullied. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long, long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearned still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I. Yi sang. Yi sang. I will place trust, the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yi sang. It's the other way around. Yes. The line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of the line. Yeah, the LCB, I think it's the LCB image of their height, right? I would have to relook at the power of the, I'd probably Google it. That poor Yi sang. Not ideal anymore. Hold on a second, sorry, my browser is being really sluggish today. I'm just trying to load up the line so I can have a look at it again. There we go. This line, yeah? Although, is it this line? With Dawn at the front. Oh, no, back here. Dawn will be back here. Right? No, this image isn't accurate. Okay. Number from 1 to 13, okay. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. Weakest to strongest. Here. That would make more sense. Dawn at the front. Altis, Ryoshi. Wow, Altis above Ryoshi. Like, Altis is a... I can see that. Like, it feels like Altis is an absolute fucking monster. It's interesting. That's true. Yeah, she doesn't talk shit unwarranted. Now, where does this place Gregor? Interesting. Yeah, because there's no Gregor in here, right? Who else are we missing? Oh, Donkey. No, Don's here. Oh, no, that's 11. Right, and there's no Gregor. Grade 1 combat focus fixer. Yeah, that would make sense. Aldous is probably a real big deal, right? There's a, like, Aldous often gets seen as a bit of a joke character, but like, when she talks, she seems scary. It's kind of like Ryoshu almost in a way. Like, she seems to have a lot of weight behind her words, even though she is constantly glazing. Because she just respects chain of command, basically. And she has very, 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 like, high expectations of herself. As a passive executor, yeah, true. I'm fine with it, Buildery Boy, as long as nobody has a problem with it. Say now or forever hold your peace. Buildery Boy wants to give a minor Distortion Detective Leviathan spoiler. Give him a few seconds. If anyone would not like to hear it, just say in chat. That's really interesting though, that line. Yeah, I think you're good to go, Buildery Boy. Yeah, it's really interesting. The weakest is kind of where I expected. Like, obviously Ishmael, Sinclair, and Yisang are like, they're not really like combat IDs, I suppose. One of the things that gets mentioned in both works is the existence of taboo hunters. Interesting. Yeah, obviously N-Corp has that kind of thing. I didn't know they were called taboo hunters, though. It's not this from N-Corp, yeah. Yeah, Yisang was never meant to be like a fighter, right? And Sinclair, as much as he might have done bad things, like it doesn't seem like he has done much in terms of like actually killing or punishing people. He was just kind of complicit to it. Ishmael didn't really do much fighting. She just worked on a ship. She was an N-Corp, like a corporate employee, into being a shipmate. And then, like, all of this side, these are all like big unknowns. Like, you guys probably know about Honglu now, but Honglu went through ridiculous training in his youth, and like punishment, torture, basically, by the sounds of things. Faust is Faust. May Assault is obviously fucking cracked. There's something really weird about Ryoshu. Like, she has red eyes, and she's just a monster. Like, she's basically a murderer. Aldous is, yeah, massive unknown. Dawn is obviously a blood fiend, so it would make sense that they are stronger than the humans, you know? Like, because as tough as Roger and Heathcliff are, they're just humans. A regular kind of humans who are pretty tough, who are pretty weathered. I mean, we kind of know that, don't we? Roger knocked out Heath. Like, Roger knocked out Heath with one punch, didn't she? It was a sucker punch, maybe, but like... Roger's definitely, like, in terms of brute force, she's on par, like, even now, let alone before. Wild Ride in Kanto 8 with the Ryoshu shadowing. Yeah, like, oh, so Ryoshu's Kanto 9, is she? I think I've been told that before, but I forgot. Yeah, I'm really interested with Ryoshu. Like, why does she have Blood Fiend eyes? And I also would love to know more about Vigilius's eyes, which might well be covered in Leviathan. I don't know. Yeah, Ryoshu's something. I think any of these sinners except maybe Sinclair and Yi-Sang could probably fold me like laundry. Even, you know, if they didn't have loads of combat capability, like, I'm talking about previous to their fighting. Previous to their lives as sinners. Don Quixote's 4'5", really? Roger's 6 foot, is she? She's fucking stacked, dude. Yeah, Sinclair was really mad though, Eli, and he'd already had, sorry, Ellie, I apologise. He was really mad, and he'd already had 2 cantos of like, and whatever came before it of combat training. I'm talking about like prior to them becoming sinners. Sinclair's just a kid, really, and Yi-Sang is a fucking nerd. And not like one of the cool nerds who's like muscly and works out a bit. He's like, he is actually just a fucking nerd. He's just a researcher. He does now, Padapon. He could, I'm sure Sinclair could beat the shit out of me now, you know? But like, back before they were sinners. They're all combat capable now. They've all killed so many people and so many things. They've fought so many battles. Like, by Canto 7 or wherever the hell we are right now, like, they're all so strong. They're all so strong. Also dying that many times, like, they're going to be very accustomed to pain. Yeah, they've probably come the furthest, right, Wizardry Boy? Like, whereas the others have been dragged down, like the weaker members have becoming more powerful, like in themselves. Whereas the stronger members are probably having their actual potential withheld, and they're not really making any progress. Without their quirks, just combat. Yeah, it makes sense. My crack copium theory is that once we get out of Kanto, we get Smoke War lore, can get some roller lore. Maybe, yeah, I mean, it could transition into that, couldn't it? Aldous Kanto especially, I have a few theories about her. Faust Kanto might get slightly derailed by weird event. I imagine Faust Kanto will be a mess. Don Quixote is second kindred before the nerf. Yeah, before the nerf. So I think it would be grade 1, and this is Ultra. Yeah. Like, Ryoshu quite effortlessly slices people in half while she is having her power neutered, like, without really much effort. Like, it's seemingly nothing. And that was in the earlier Cantos as well. So that would make, if Altus is truly more powerful than she is, then, like, you know, you have to assume that Aldous is capable of just tearing people apart. At the very least. Since there's probably quite a wide gap, I would maybe guess, between, like, Ryoshu and second kindred Don Quixote. Maybe. I could see that, Buildery Boy. Yeah, Don Quixote's on her tiptoes, right? She gets called out for it, or some of the members were called out for it, which is probably Don Quixote. Yeah, she sliced them in half with, with an unsheathed sword, with a scabbard. Like, that's insane. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this, right? You sang? Well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion. To be the centre of such fervent attention in one such company. She bounced back quick. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I'm more partial to Rose as a defending fixer or a squire. It is oft the case for such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean... Fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't disregard me like swatting away a fly. I guess somewhere around my level, probably, or Heathcliff's? Ishmael replied, in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in the discussion. Ah, you're the sinner with the bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favourite category of all researchers. Exceptions. Ugh. Ugh. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. We're good. Gregor. I'd say you carry a certain potential. Potential, is it? Does that mean that I could also be the first place if all goes well? Could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let's not have this query narrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny, getting consoled by the guy who placed last. Poor ye sang. Called in the potential man, yeah. Under the right conditions, my man Gregor is number one. I mean, like, the insectoid arm, we didn't really exactly see what it could do, did we? We just had little clips of some pretty heinous scenarios where the thing went out of control and like started ripping people apart. But who knows? Like, maybe it's far beyond even what he could control at the time, because he doesn't seem like he liked using the arm anyway, right? Like, he tries to keep it under control as much as possible. The arm is maybe absolutely ridiculous. I mean, didn't Herman put it on him? Wasn't that Herman's creation? And Herman is... probably quite powerful. Probably. I haven't said Greg haven't realised the arm's potential, yeah. She left a special gift there mentioned in Canto. Oh yeah, she did, yep. Absolutely. He's the golden child of those experiments. I mean, he's the literal child of Herman, right? And she wanted him to be great, no doubt. Just said something along the lines of, you never fully unwrap the gift I gave you. Yeah, because he doesn't want to use it. Like we were talking about before, he doesn't want to use the arm, right? He hates it. He fucking despises the arm. And he obviously has some very deep-seated feelings about it. Doesn't make him feel good what it does to him, or it does to other people. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We've been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My research has struggled to pass the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was a good data, all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over the letter. Even that bloody governess gave up trying to fix my handwriting. Heath grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively low risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple higher ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. Makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on in the intro. Thus, it has become necessary for us to reorganize the distortion's risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. So, whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivete with which you ask me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec. Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. We've got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger. You know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. Fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon. After all, when a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Sounds very similar to an ID, doesn't it? Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So, a distortion like that Time Ripper fellow will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you are referring to the subject HE6PI202001, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course, because the particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh? Didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped it would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that HE something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of a distortion. We decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities? PI must refer to Pigretia, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. They do indeed follow that same thought process. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that as the Pecatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one by one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the enkephalin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us. We have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So, instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means that they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6, from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else, other than the monolith? One of the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city, just like the Golden Bough, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they have become rather high-priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. Because we may have had to confront the wings directly when that were the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned to a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't want to ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see. From Canard to Star of the City. I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Owenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the Fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some point in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please, don't forget that that is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. It's cool that they did that. I think a lot of people, I'm sure a lot of the fan base probably discusses like power levels and whatnot. So it's really cool that they did that. Suppress the dungeon bar, so we do have a dungeon in this canto. Dante was divine plot armor. He kind of does a bit, doesn't he? You know, Ardor, Bluss, and Staff Faust ID bonked her head multiple times on the ceiling while trying to fly, so she asked the company to increase the room's height. I did not know that. Where is she with her sights on the side of the city? I don't even know if she wants to be. She was just like, oh, we're not there yet, huh? Okay. I don't think she really cares. She doesn't seem to care about anything. Why is Limbus Company selling these monster-created artifacts? Who knows, Ellie? Who knows? Right, let's do it. Oh, it's more so than Dante's revival ability is such a unique gimmick that he's basically never been seen before. Yeah, it's kind of an unknown, isn't it? Wouldn't be intuitively obvious what's going on from just one glance for those not in the know. They also have the other aspect of Dante's abilities, right? The whole time-stopping, moving thing going on. And that could have all sorts of facets to it that they don't really understand. The flow of the world. Head is okay with it. Like, there's something weird going on there. I'm not sure Limbus Company are the good guys. I'm not really that sure. I have no idea. We don't know anything about this, do we? Just dungeon. We need to generate resources. Resources. With the bad guys, I mean, sometimes we kind of are, right? We don't really know the people who back us. Yeah, like, Limbus Company is going to be problematic at some point, right? I don't think they are... I don't know if they're necessarily bad guys, but I don't think they're good guys. They don't seem like they're good guys. They obviously have some kind of plan themselves. Is there really anything such as a good guy in the city? It seems like there aren't any. Like fixers, kind of, but a lot of fixers are out for themselves. Yeah, I don't think anyone is really that good in the city. You can't really be good in the city and survive unless you're obscenely powerful. Maybe a few individuals, like the Knight of the White Moon. But what was she called? Bahi? Something like that. Yisang, maybe. Bari, yeah, Bari. You only get powerful from doing bad things. Yeah, this is a world where, like, demon powers are all around you pretty much from, like, a D&D standpoint. There are, like, devil's deals you can take all over the place to get power. But they are all laced with massive consequences. So you have to be both immoral, generally, and also smart enough to not get caught up into a deal that you can't handle. Shit, I forgot. I could have leveled up. I could have leveled up the other sinners for, thingy. For, Sancho. I kind of completely forgot that we were only half leveled. Whoops. That would have helped a bit. Not that much. I think we run with regular Ishmael. We need to generate resources, and she's the best for that. You can always change it at a thing anyway.
따라갈 준비는 끝냈습니다.
Dante's powers kick in at any time he wants. The library only does so at the end of fight. True. Whatever Dante's got going on is very powerful, that is for sure. and it probably goes far beyond what we've seen. It might be that it actually just stops him from death. Maybe, you know, maybe Dante doesn't die. Maybe if something were to threaten him, maybe he wouldn't actually die. If it got like close enough where it was going to cause him irreparable damage, maybe he would just instantly rewind himself. Who knows? The clock has loads of powers to do with time. Maybe a clanker to fuck. What? Still couldn't fuck said made fuckable clanker. I have no idea what you're saying. Gosh, Dante is a walking taboo. Yeah, pretty much. He's fucked up. He's really dangerous as well, right? Like, the fact that a lot of his abilities are probably unknown makes him just more and more dangerous. I need an Angela in Lobocore. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Doing something with time. And generally, in fiction, in fantasy, there is nothing more powerful than the ability to be able to manipulate time. There is literally nothing more powerful, because if you can manipulate time, you can manipulate space. And if you can manipulate space, you can likely manipulate matter in some way. Like if you can control the flow of time in specific ways, on specific things, you can essentially like decay or rejuvenate anything, bring into existence anything. The more powerful your control over time, like the more kind of unstoppable you are, right? The more untouchable you are. What if Dante was a bigwig in T-Corp and found a way to exploit 12 people's times on a huge scale? Sell it off crypto rug pull style? Maybe. Replaces Dead Mentor Crush. Yeah, it makes sense. I remember that part of Lobocorp, but I didn't really realize what the way that Harsh Knight phrased it. I really couldn't make. I didn't really understand what was being said. Rim, yeah, Rim does have a very strange head and super strange powers. True, I kind of forgot about Rim, but Globe Boy also had some ridiculous shit going on that we don't have any kind of understanding. Watch a Lobotomy Corp lore video. I've already played Lobotomy Corp and Ruiner, Hush Knight. Bro got soft at the sight of a glorified toaster. If you're actively, what was this? Sorry, Beast Gamer. If the sinners weren't human, then the head would absolutely be after them by now. Not if you're actively part of. Sorry, I must have missed Beast Gamer's message. Is it? Let's look at message history. I can't even find the thing that was noted. My bad, my bad. I didn't mean to pin. What have I pinned? What even have I pinned? Damn, chat's hard. Unpin this message. I lost it. I missed the discussion. I'm sorry. I think it's above my head anyway. We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far. For me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry. My hypothesis has never been wrong. My hypotheses have never been wrong. Most of the time. Every time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision, and I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not going to like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright. But, don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to distort, saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't let you do that. Even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us. Forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No. I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a Pecatulum? You could end up becoming a Pecatulum. Just another one of the fodder that we slaughtered our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of Pecatulum I would turn into. He bet on Goulet. I on Invidier. And her on Pigrichier. But how could you... Think about it like this. If I were to become a Pecatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at the precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into a Pecatulum reaves me of any value to life. I'd say he wasn't being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favour at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Pecatulum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt cloud your judgment in killing the Pecatulum, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? You're talking about your life here? Do you have any manuals with backup plans or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails. He loves the gacha. This guy probably plays Fake Round Order. I would not be shocked at all. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. He's playing the sanity game indeed. I'm a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. My, for the first time, I am feeling quite the envy for all of you. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. Huh? If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier for comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the fathoms. And you will progress through the mirror dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexasection. And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious. Or, if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how that bamboo-hatted Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-hatted Kim. He's recovered. He is safely contained within our facilities. Seems they're ready to activate the monolith. I am confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that. You're not a Pekachulum. Indeed. And I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know I'll be back, but gosh, this is quite pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back, no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this, or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of this distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mayor? It will be done as you commanded. Mayor Salt nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation. 5 minutes. Potentially. Potentiality. Anticipation. Right hand. Moment Mayor Salt uttered them. The all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there, gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here, the past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I needn't expose every single detail of it. It's all in the past now, anyway, isn't it? Lobotomy Corp theme. Lobotomy Corp theme. Who would have guessed? Not Hohenheim. Surely not. He just over the narrator box. Yep. We're at the starting point of the Dungeon of Deep Fathoms. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test, take only a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gifts here. But what if we find there are ego gifts? But what we find there are ego gifts. Huh? These ain't ego gifts. These are them gifts or something, right? It appears the ego are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Huh? Can't we just take them all? This is the Dungeon of Fathoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? This is probably burn, right? Give us a gift, tongue twister, yep. Clean solution play. This is probably like some generic gift. I imagine these are like burn and rupture or something. I guess we'll take the spray. This one seems best suited to the situation we're in. Oh, Illusory Hun! That's a fucking hottie! We'll take that. Burn Rupture and 30% more damage on turn 1 in focus fights. Yeah, nice, nice. I figured that one looked the most generic of the three. We do have slightly branching paths here. This seemingly doesn't make a difference. We need to generate stuff. We need to generate stuff. We're gonna need to generate a load of envy for Maya Soul, maybe. We need to generate gluttony for Faust. I think the list is fine. That's a good spread. Unless we use Lee Sang to help boost the first account. Nah, I think just need to clash well, don't we? It may be that we need to raise our levels for this. I'm not sure how hard it's going to be. Botany Court music. What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will, or at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us. What is it they seek to convey? I don't believe in any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the fathom. Well, then do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is all out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library, fabled to have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. Oh, diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The sense of people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Are these things gonna be nasty? These things gonna be chill? They look quite chill. It's only one wave. Okay, they look pretty chill. They probably have high clash values. He's bad. Shield for every rupture on the target. Heal HP, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Just need to generate resources.
먼저 간다.
Ishmael! Ishmael! She's our only source of wrath, and we do need to put that up if we want to use Yisang at the end. Ooh, there's no way we're dodging that. Maybe. Maybe if we're lucky.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
I should have a resonance from Dawn here. We never get that.
야! 재밌는 순간이에요.
I want to take the envy where we can get it, I think.
출진이다!
Poor Ish is getting beaten up. We need Sloth, right? I think Sloth is more important than Envy for us.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
I don't know how hard this boss is going to be, but I probably should be prepared for it, because, like... Oh, is that what, Lantern Yisang is about? Lantern Yisang is... Because there's a Lantern Yisang, right? Is there a series of Lantern characters? Martin. Ah, so there's the Lantern series is this set of characters. Yeah, I'm with you.
먼저 간다.
Oh, right, I'm with you, Bupedo. Thank you.
잘하는군요.
늘 새롭다니까요.
좋은 전략입니다.
Righto. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents, having a debate about two subjects, emotions and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much. So why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the fire's heat to touch abnormalities and distortions, both entities of the unknown. They must have noticed us listening to their conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to this experiment? If so, try this on. In the researcher's hands was what looked like an ignition plug or a testing machine of sorts. We're the samples. Oh god. That's a 1 coiner. He passes that with 1 coin. So that's a pretty good chance. He passes that with 1 coin. He's at 45 sanity. Okay. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw. After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researcher let Honglu go. Honglu took off the gear and presented it before the researcher to return it. They simply shook their head in response. The gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you. Reignition plug.
너무 칭찬하진 말아주세요.
But we don't have anything which inflicts burn, as far as I know. Base attack skills that inflict burn count. On hit with these skills, yeah. Okay, so that doesn't do anything, but we can like sell it or whatever. Oh yeah, Forest of the Flames. Yeah, sorry. We have Forest of the Flames. We also have technically, suddenly one day, technically that can also burn.
이오티스.
Right, you are. Right, you are. So, how do we know this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. Sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. We will see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this, then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself. One of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps. Ah, whichever was the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express this displeasure with me? What now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time that this would happen. 3 months. Not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh. If this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. Know what I mean? Ah, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by this company. And, in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing fine. Thank you very much. Do you believe in potentiality, Hohenheim? I can see why he picked Heathcliff for his assistant now. What an unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living it large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kind of like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I might want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical violence? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that got fixed. They got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I tell you what. Read your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversation. You let us. The remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. He let them what? Die? Probably. Yeah, I don't really think, mate. Yeah, like, I can see why he took Heathcliff as his assistant. Clearly he grew a bond with this other guy.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
That Ryoshi's clashes are so bad with Ryoshi's Snatch Tremor. Probably should have used the other Ryoshi to stack.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
We don't need... we actually kind of do need more Gluttony, don't we? Never mind. We want to be able to spam a mitter. Although maybe we don't need a mitter. Because we're going to be sanity capped anyway, aren't we? Yeah, never mind. Just the wrath. We don't need bigger mitters.
먼저 간다.
재밌는 순간이에요.
This Intervallo has been tough. Has been tough going for sure. I don't know. I assume that Canto 8 will be harder still. Yeah, this has been a rough Canto. Ooh, that's horrible. I guess we need to do this. She's gonna take so much damage.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Some of the just random clashes that we have to deal with on regular enemies now are starting to get really tough. They're like way above any of our abilities apart from like piercing thrusts maybe. Whirlwind. Upheaval.
늘 새롭다니까요.
먼저 간다.
가라앉는군요.
좋은 전략입니다.
Enemy power creep, yeah. But hey, we've come a lot further than I really like anticipated we would without, you know, really struggling. We're making our way through. We're making our way downtown. It's finally here. The Department of the Year award. Indeed, I've finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, a minute. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning? And what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know, it's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. You left us. So I don't suppose you'll have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. Fall of former L-Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What was the sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95, 94, The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. I listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as these is unusually granted only to the very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of this process may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, survival would be decided by nothing more than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument, a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves, whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments, and me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at such an early age, whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth. Yes, and that is how the tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. This is like the High Alert Limbus theme, right? I remember. The Elcourt branch within Hohenheim's dungeon of the Fathers begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that's over with. I invite you to come face me. The distortion is the first warning. And the experiment will come to an end. But just fighting and defeating the distortion in a fight? I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Right, there isn't a differentiation between these two. We see the Ardor Blossom Moth within the containment unit. Oh god, this thing's a fucking nightmare. Small crimson particles of flame surround it like an aura. The flaming wings die out at one moment, only to roar vigorously in the next. An incessant attempt to set fire to everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, this Ardor Blossom Moth. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the Ardor Blossom Moth? Oh, I actually know this, I think. Helterfly's Dream. Helterfly's Dream. Right on the money. You know your Ardor Blossom Moth. That's not all. Recently it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. You receive a burning, flickering flame. It seems to have come directly from the Ardor Blossom Moth itself. Embers. We're burning. Forest for the flame. It's going to hit like a train. Whenever you take 5 hits. Only 5 forests. Hot damn.
명령에 따를게요. 효율적이라면.
Saving it for the Aleph ego in Valpipi. Is that the highest? Aleph? Or Aleph or Aleph? Is that the one that hasn't been released yet? This is blowing breath, isn't it? Yuck. That we know. Yeah, Aleph is the highest, like Apocalypse Birds. nothing there. Yeah, nothing there is the big red thing, right? Right. How are we handling this counter attack? I guess we're dodging. Dodging and hoping. Or has max sanity already?
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
순조로운 전략이 좋은 전략입니다.
생각대로 되었어.
가진 놈들을 털.
어떠냐?
Huge. Huge dodging. Probably want more sloth. We're gonna use Yi-Sang. Really need more envy more than anything else though.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
가진 놈들을 털고.
Gebura herself. Oh really? There's no envy there.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
좋은 전략입니다.
출진이다! 가라앉는군요.
We need more envy. I guess we do the chain. glitching.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Hello! Hi, Micro! Sorry, Micro, I spaced on your message. I'm being bad. I apologize. I hope you're having a good day, Micro. Oh. This is a bit spooky. I'm not sure this was the right place to go to. This is the nasty. Rising Sloth is the really, really bad attack. Scathing Gloom is a really bad attack here. This Intervallo is a struggle. Yeah, it's rough. Rough. That should have good odds there. We have a bit of a struggle on this side. Look at that. Oh, that's very awkward. You don't need to guard this.
출진이다.
Great job done. Huge gleam cascading. We have an upheaval here. That's double. Oh no, it's not double Rising Sloth. The casting Gloom that is. That is a bit bleak. I don't think we have anything that can really batter that. Yeah, the clash numbers are just a bit out of control in this Kanto for me. But we're getting through it. We're almost there. Slowly but surely. As you can see, our Durante is on cooldown. Unsurprisingly. We used it on Sancho. We might have been able to get away with not, but I didn't realise that the fight would end halfway through. Even still, I think, yeah, rough fight. I think she can dominate there, so I guess the upheaval goes over here. Oh shit, what can you block? Oh, you can't block anything. Okay. Oh, they're both on Dawn, and Dawn's probably about to stagger. Oh no, she's good. She's already staggered. I think that's fine. We just let one of these through. Let the tremor count through. Our focus is on the right one. This one is very, very, very tanky. We know it well. This is it, Heath. We really need you to win this. Great job, Heath. Still going to make us lose our sanity. Those attacks don't really do too much from this. Durante should be once per fight, and fight should be balanced around that as depth. Maybe, yeah. Cascading Gloom. There's no big attack from here this turn. There isn't an evade on here. See anything Heath's targeting Heath, right? Yep. I don't think we can do anything about that without egoing, can we? There's no stagger anywhere nearby. We don't have a powerful enough attack. Yeah, this neutral is the best that we can find. So do that. No, we don't really need to worry about this guard. And hit as long as there remain shielded. Actually, that's kind of bad, I suppose. Ugh, these red coins. This is probably going to be that, isn't it? And rebuild his sanity a bit.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Once a day thing, yeah, Joj. I think making it a daily thing is weird. It's kind of odd, yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
목적이 있었지.
They could have just had it on a. I guess it like kind of. It makes it so you don't just throw it away, I guess. So you don't just blast it on every encounter. It makes it like, oh, should I use this here? I don't know. I think for most people the game is easy enough as it is, right? Rising Sloth here. Probably put that over there. There's no gloom hit this turn. Anyone hitting Heath? Heath is getting hit here. I don't think Reissue is doing anything this turn. Which means that we're taking a hit, which means it's probably this one. Poor Don. RIP Don. Once again. You do everything, every single ability in every fight, and it will get more as the story progresses. I guess it just makes the game easier if they make it so that you can use it constantly, every single time you do anything. I don't know. leaving this, aren't we?
출진이다!
Our sanity is getting destroyed by these things. Oh, Altis, no! Damn. Sinking really took its toll. Poor Aldous. It's going to make the next turn very difficult, isn't it? Rising Sloth. It's hitting Gloom. Don't think we can really quite get there. Don't think we can actually target anything here. Yeah, that's on a torrent. Ugh. Guess we do that. It's the only way to... Oh, no, here, sorry. Our numbers on this otherwise are absolutely terrible. Not great here either, damn. I'm gone. Just more tremor for Dawn. Not negating this currently though. Nothing's hitting Heath, is it? Well, this is hitting Heath. Eek. Rough turn.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
We're not negating the evade. Fuck. Well, I think we might be dead then. We just got absolutely fucked. I don't know if we're dead, but like, we used too many resources. That was an awful turn.
목적지는 호기만소.
Okay. We have a sloth and a gleam. Anyone hitting heat? Not a great flash. Only here. That's rough. Just don't have a better clash than that, do we? There is exactly what we want. Probably better this. Oh, that doesn't work either. So then Hong is hitting. This is going through. That's really awkward. Can't get better than neutrals on here. Oh boy, she can't hit there either. So we've got to let one of these through.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
Oh no. The temples you got for the males, you got Thumb Cafe Mare Assault, One Grips Faust, and Edgar Family Heir. Gregor. I have no idea, but congratulations, please. We have Gloom and Sloth. They're both 5 speed. To be targeting like 3 people. The Gloom. You can do the Sloth. This we're letting through. This we're letting through. Man, then we're hitting into the evade, really.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Oh no. Not again. Okay. Great work, Don. Great work. That wasn't too bad. That could have been much worse. No big attack this turn. Anyone touching Altus? Nope. How about Heath? Yeah. which means we're letting through. Probably not that. I think we're just letting it do its shield. Here. Yeah, we're kind of left in that same position again. Guess we use forest.
타도한다.
Forest helps us to push it down as well. Oh, and it makes use of some of our burn ego gifts, maybe, I don't know. Rising Sloth, Cascading Gloom. Slow this turn. We outspeed with everything. We can get this on there. But it's still not great, is it? Cascading Gloom can roll so high. It's wild. It's super game over if it hits us as well. Flip versus flip. I think we can joust it. Oh, we can't. Too slow. We'll have to chance it. Don't think we have any kind of debuff we can get on there. Make it easier. It's not the end of the world if it does hit us.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Keeping things difficult is PM's least priority for Limbus. Yeah, they don't seem to mind about that too much. Oh, you think that they think it's a big deal, Padabon? Like, because they didn't want to nerf the thing, right? Someone explain that to me. Wouldn't want them to outright ignore it. It's good to have a discussion on what's fun difficulty. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. This can clash Gloom, right? No. Still doesn't clash high enough. This can clash Sloth, but she's not fast enough. Who's on Honglu? Anyone on Honglu? This is on Honglu. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Might be a world where we use this into this. Nah. This is on here. We need to stop the gloom, but we can't with this. Only you who can do it, right? Sanity's not that high. Is this targeting Ish? Ish has to do this.
바쁘니까
But
짧게
we can't take that,
부탁드려요.
can we? I guess she could just eat it and stagger. She's already offsetting this. Oh, not again. Not again. Don't do me like that. The dream is within our grasp, Don! Made a statement that they believe a right amount of difficulty enhances the storytelling and they look to balance it. I mean, I kind of agree with that. Although with 830, I found it hilarious that the QA testers were better than the average player, which the QA team said skill issue to the player base. Yeah, sure, I'm with you. Ish is going to be staggered next turn, which is a bit rough. Still so far off this stupid thing stagger. There's a gloom. It's on Ish. Ugh. These guys have to interact with this. Probably letting through the stone shower. Oh, damn it. Oh no, they can interact with that too, it's fine. It's just Honglu has to go over here. Honglu probably does this. Or Honglu can hit here. That's fine too, actually. Don't have to negate this. we've got to sack that, don't we? Yep. We're letting this through. You can't interact with this, can you? You have to go here. Yep. Yep, guess it's you then. Ooh. Ooh. Rear sheet. Rear sheet, please. You scared me. Her sanity is getting absolutely destroyed. In the sack! Put this thing in the sack? I don't know if we should, but... Oh man, that sucks. That just destroyed his sanity, that 5%. Damn. We have a sloth, we have a gleam. Only can't reasonably block it this because of he got hit and his sanity got rinsed. This usually stops this. Damn. Only really shit the bed there. Suddenly every boss fight is the hardest fight you've ever seen. What, in Kanto 9 you think? Ryoshi gonna fight the whole of the city? Ryoshi's only the third strongest sinner. She's not doing shit. Imagine being third. It's like second loser, isn't it? We want to evade with her. This. Which leaves this. And that. What are we doing about that? We can snag Harpoon. I guess it's that.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Doesn't feel great. So many ego resources going into these things. And we're still taking a load of damage over the top of it. Thought we were done with them. Ooh. In the sack. Whatever this thing is, please sack it. Thank you. Oh, we're so close to the stagger. Oh, minus 25 sanity. Three attacks. None of them particularly bad. We definitely need to kill this. That does so much damage to it.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Try and build our sanity back up on this thing. Since it will take a little while to kill it. So Heath needs the most. Heath is also going to be the hardest to get. Needed to flip badly. That's all. It's just that simple. Gives him entertainment. He'll get his up naturally. It's fine. Maybe we just don't raise up Heathcliff's. It's really hard to get him there. We're not going to find an attack to be able to stop. Rising Sloth is still going to be really hard for us to catch. We need one of the two Gloom attacks to be able to stop it. Which means, of course, we have to really ego it. Ah, never mind. Because she's attack power up, the Galloping Tilt gets it. Great work, Don. We love you, Don. Oh, there's two Rising Sloths. Shit. I didn't even see that. We can't use that. Don't really want to use our Pride. I guess we use Reissue. I'll grab that. Oh no, it's okay. But we hit the wrong ability. Sloth is still here. Ah, we can't do it this turn. Too slow. I think we still use this.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 여행엔 목적이 있었지.
I never expected this encounter to be this much of a problem. I wonder what the other side is. Because this one's horrible, but this side is absolutely horrible. No Rising Sloth this turn.
타도한다.
The other side is easy, damn. Sucks to suck, I guess. Rising Sloth.
파도한다.
야, 늘 새롭다니까요.
Okay, well, we got through it. We made it. At the end of the hallway, a group of researchers is having a discussion in front of an unnaturally dark place. Noticing our presence, their faces brighten up as they approach us. Please, will you investigate this area ahead of us? We will help with the best of our ability, should you accept. Yeah, crack on. Don, it's all up to you. I love to see some proper enthusiasm. Yes, I like your attitude. Take this with you. It'll help in your investigations. After handing us the gear, the researchers walked up to the sinners and began examining them. Once they were finished, the sinners were all in tip-top shape once again. Oh, nice. Easy. Wait. Isn't that? Yeah! Yeah! We're popping off. That is one of the best things we could have found. What? I have too much trust in PM that they won't abuse it. I already just hit restart anyway so it doesn't go to shit. Oh, you're talking about like pay to win restart features. I'm with you. I've seen that used in games. It's used in another Eden. I've definitely played other things with like paid restart features as well. I guess Wizardry technically has one too. I don't think it's absolutely awful, but it is a big design philosophy shift from what is already here. Like, is what is already present in the game. Yeah, I'm sure Breakground Order seems like the sort of thing that would. Yeah, like, I think, I don't know, it wouldn't be like game ending, but yeah, it would definitely change the dynamic of the game. We kind of don't want you anymore. All of a sudden, for some reason, we don't actually want you very much at all. When are you going at the back, Richie? We probably want Mayor, so depending on how this encounter pans out. Don already has stacked sanity. There's that. Heath doesn't, right? They provide very similar resources.
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
It is a can of worms. I do agree. Yeah, it's a hell of a statement if you suddenly introduce something like that after what 2.5 years of having nothing like that in the game, like very little in the way of microtransactions. It isn't always the act itself, it's the precedent that it sets, right? And that kind of movement can really make a lot of people lose a lot of faith or question exactly why they're doing something. I'm sure some people would understand and be like, well, you know, it's just they're trying to make a little bit more money. It doesn't really affect me personally. It's not a big deal. But at the same time, there'll be a lot of people who are like, wait, what are they doing here? Limbus has always been so free to play friendly. Why is this suddenly changing? Like, why is this dynamic kind of changing? Yeah, they're a tiny studio, are they not? Project Moon? I've seen this all the time in passion projects and that kind of thing. Obviously, this production is a little bit bigger than a passion project, but they are still working with a very, very small team. The same kind of size of team that I have seen working on passion project games. So, like, it's no wonder they take a while to get their shit done. As organised as they might be, or not, who knows? They want to waste time to balance two difficulties, almost certainly, Halani. Oh, they increased their workforce to 50, really. I mean, that's a lot more than 10. Some people don't want to struggle with the gameplay. It's kind of asking the game to change its identity. I guess I don't know enough about the game to really comment. I only know it through my weird, like, fisheye lens that I have played the game through. Straight up advertise a job opening on Steam. Really? That's interesting. Oh, they added 10% more workforce. I see. From 50 to 55. I mean, it's still not the tiniest company. 55 people is quite a bit to be working on a project, but when it's a project that's, you know, earning millions and millions, then yeah, I guess it's quite small. We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. What keeps me going? You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe there might be things in the world that's worth working toward. Oh, for sure, though, its development cycle will undoubtedly be held back. This is one piece, which means we don't have a target on Mare Assault, but final power poise Gain 4 poise potency if this unit has shield. Gain +2 count as well. Counter start. Apply 1 subject of observation on all enemies and gain poise potency and count equal to the number of units with subject of observation. 1 stack every time this unit takes or deals damage with an attack effect against the Sword of Hohenheim. Deal more damage but on hit take... Oh. That seems bad. Turn 3 gains a new pattern and prepares to use a powerful skill. After turn 3 is over, the above effect activates when the unit has 30 plus poise count at turn end. If this unit did not take any HP damage during the preparation period before using the powerful skill, greatly enhance the skill. Ugh. So the more we hit it, the stronger that it gets. A shield equal to 30% of missing HP. This unit has burn, lose burn, count times that. Okay, so we're gonna have to use Forest of the Flames. Forest of the Flames. No, it's so minor though. Shield takes 100% damage from Rupture effect. Shield gained due to the effect is destroyed for the rest of the encounter gain 1 defense level down. Every instance of the shield that's been destroyed. Siphon 10 SP from targets with higher SP than this unit. Oh my dear god, no. No thank you. He seems horrific. I don't want anything to do with him. I don't want any part of him. Coincidence seems too difficult though. We're gonna have to take one of these. Three tremor potency, trigger tremor burst, and reduce tremor count by 1. Click 3 tremor count. Okay, I think we let that through. It's done. We don't really need to close eye, do we?
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Hello, sorry. What am I looking at? What am I looking at, Halani? Oh god. Oh, you sang. In game.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
What this? Oh. Oh shit! Keep it away! Keep it away from me! I don't want any part of it. Ooh, the lobotomy court warning theme. It's like cutting in and out of audio there. Really need to win some clashes, she's saying.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Boy. Oh boy.
흙들을 제거하겠소. 수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
He's draining all me SP, the bastard. Team half of fire. Team half of voice potency and counter self gain some final power. Okay, that's not too bad.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
That is fine.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
This is gonna be a long fight, holy moly. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as I have seen, manager, save for a few parts that were censored. I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Ah, of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that, in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I could feel his gaze on me. Like he said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong, that it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? Weakens the poise passive adaptation, weakens the shield passive defense mechanism, weakens the SP passive confirmation bias. I think I'd rather do this. I don't want the SP. The SP is fucking us. Absolutely destroying us. There's another side to the story you've told me. That's relayed my words to Hohenheim. Another side to my story, is it? Indeed, that is quite feasible. You are correct. But another side is what oft gets lost in the process of obsessing over spacious concepts like the fathoms and the heart. Speaking from a consequential point of view, perspective provided by one's memory is narrow by nature. Even in the fathoms, the deepest part of one's heart, where many believe lies nothing the empirical absolute truth, we are still capable of lying. Fascinating, isn't it? They call it metacognitive error. Some call it unconscious bias as well. I see. You argue that the story I've shown you was simply a fabrication. Indeed, I have not shared any perspectives from my employees, but there is no way by which we may verily verify them. Fucking Don. Verily! We may verify them anyway. Isn't it obvious why that is? They're all buried underground, reaved even of their final words. I could finally understand, at least to a degree, what Virgilius and Don Quixote have been telling me. Though there was nothing to call a human face remaining in this distorted form, I think I caught a glimpse of loneliness from Hohenheim's expression. Sorry. Someone wants to breeze through the game for the story. They're treating the game like a traditional visual novel. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If people want to play the game that way, that's perfectly fine. I don't see why anyone would have a problem with that at all. And I think them allowing people to have that option to be able to like overpower the encounters, etc., is perfectly reasonable. Because it is, by and large, a visual novel, like above all else. It's different even on regular visual novels, simply changing scenes for yourself. By clicking on the screen immerses more. Oh, you can watch the story on YouTube. Yeah, they could do. Yeah, it's a bit different watching a story like unfold and like playing the game with some kind of influence on it. I don't know. There's a different feeling, different kind of storytelling. I can't really put it into words, but I get what's being said. Holy shit, you're so fast, Mersal. The power of Crow's Eye View. You're a beast. A beast. Actually so OP. And weakens you to a choice event that's passive replaces confirmation by turn start, lose 15 SP. Ah, that's so much better. That's so much more reasonable. He siphons 5 from us now and he loses 15 at the start of combat.
옥죄어온다.
Have a target? Nope. So we're letting through. Not that. For sure. Target has 5+ tremor count. Okay, so this will tremor burst us. I think we let that go off.
출진이다!
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
Honglu's offsetting? Yeah, I know Honglu's offsetting. Breadstick. I'm aware of that. He was the one who took the least damage from the attack. I had to let one through. The next turn it uses its like powerful attack thing. Holy shit, Mayasalt is actually Mayasalt is running out of sanity.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수
Force panic him
없잖아요.
so his SP gets to reset. It probably is, yeah, but like I don't have enough envy resources to keep spamming chains. I think the next turn is pretty chill. I think it's like he does his big attack thing. But yeah, I would like to reset him. But this doesn't clash too well. Targeting Honglu, Yisang. Trevor burst thrice. can't block it with someone who has tremor. Probably use this. Get the passive up.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요. 환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
Seems there is something else you would like to tell me. Very well, you may go ahead and ask. I am prepared to answer all of your questions. I can feel Hohenheim's gaze lingering on me. What should I say this time? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? We get to weaken the other things as well. I don't care about adaptation that much, I just like less shields. Fast relayed my words to Hohenheim. Running away? An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away, to deny and evade. What happened is too pathological a choice, isn't it? I'm very well aware that the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on, which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or, in very rare cases, were I to find myself in the tumult of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing. Now that I have conducted some level of cold introspection, I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few mere words. I didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions. So the shield passive now is... gain shield equal to 50% of missing HP. Can't exceed 5% of max HP. Cool. So we can actually progress a bit more onto him now, as this was neutering our attacks pretty badly. Yeah, expressing anger is a waste of resources. It's a waste of time. Like, he's not wrong, sort of, kind of, but like due to the human condition, if we don't express our emotions, they tend to find their own way to creep out in ways that are far less desirable.
적들을 제거하겠소.
Ugh. I think we put that attack down on that. Crikey.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Yeah, Yeah, we're suddenly dealing a lot more damage. Oh, this will do the most damage probably.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Probably use this. Low. Now that said, we don't actually have any bleed, do we? Oh, never mind.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
That's like our highest damage hit we have in this team. Someone's carrying us.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Yeah, 102. We just got very staggered. I feel as though I may have given you quite a few replies, but there is simply so much curiosity in your ticking noises. Perhaps you have some aptitude to be a researcher as well, aside from that of a manager. Yet, not all questions can be answered. This will be the last answer I provide you. I can feel his gaze on me. Let's ask him the final question. Fast relayed my words to Hohenheim. What if you do feel like what you did was wrong? I see how you may have arrived at that conclusion, but you are incorrect. I have already done so much contemplation regarding that matter, and have definitively concluded a long time ago that I have indeed done no wrong. Let me say this in advance, that I am a rare breed of researcher who detests the study of probabilities and statistics. I, Hohenheim, am not the kind to make a rational suggestion such as drawing lots to see who gets to survive. I am not the kind to partake in barbaric contests of strength to survive either. Indeed, there was no other recourse. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain before the urge to survive, arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of all of us. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame their base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So no, I have no reason to believe what I did was wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. This wasn't a sin. Even as Hohenheim defended himself, it seemed as though some sense of responsibility was pulling him down. Especially those last words. I could barely sense his usual air of confidence. Yeah, even he seems to be pulled down by it a little. I have done no wrong. I am impervious to wrongdoing. Don't they be like, TikTok, motherfucker? take one of those with you, so.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Oh damn. Starting to do a lot of damage.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Yisang. You see Yisang hitting for like actually nothing. Maybe it's weak. Must be. No, it's even strong against that. Odd. We are going to run out of resources. But we're not there yet.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
That doesn't seem too bad so far. We don't have our block this turn. We'll probably chill with that. To let one of these through, right? Yisang gets staggered. Dawn will get staggered too.
나를 지켜보고 있었군.
We let the Dawn one through. That might stop her from getting staggered.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Meso is the sanest low sanity person ever. He really is. It's because the manager's like, Meso, keep it together, and Meso's like, understood.
루시한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Do not go insane, Meso. That's actually quite a bit of healing. Stay calm. Stay calm, Meso. Yisang is staggered. Some ish. Ooh, these are starting to hurt. Those are fine to probably let through. That one is. That one maybe not so much. She's already got tremor on her. Could really use with the glue generation.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
I didn't catch that. I saw Mayasol do something, but I don't know what it was. Could have been anything. I missed it.
루시한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Yeah, also, we are on the final fight, I believe, of the Kanto. Ooh, I did not expect that to stagger. Damn, so we are missing 2 this turn. This is going to start getting very, very, very sketchy. Yisang can take that, Honglu can take that. These are tremors though. More tremor potency. Yeah, we could probably deal with that. This is probably less bad to take than this. Don't want to give it any more poise, that's for sure. We have speed concerns here as well. Anyone on Honglu? Nobody's on Dawn. Shit. So we've got to let through so many this turn. I think we just let that hit out us. Considering the situation we're in. That one we would love to stop. Rather not get rid of the Galloping Tilt. But then we can't clash with this turn anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Stop the one on Altus? Yeah, I think so.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없죠.
Yeah, no backups. We should be okay. I think we should be okay unless there's a horrible like last phase reveal or something. But I'm playing it careful because, you know, don't want to have to redo it if we can avoid it. Good, yeah, they avoided there. They both avoided there. Staggers.
꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
수많은 것들이 옮겨온다.
Have everyone back again. Mesa has 2 speed because of Crow's Eye. He high rolled. he's on slightly low sanity still, but he's doing fine. He's doing the best he can. Still 200 off the stagger threshold. Might be able to get that this turn, possibly. Probably still chains, don't we? This is our actually that's our, like our penultimate chain. Probably save it because we'll want to chain him after the stagger for whatever horrible shit comes after.
출진이다!
Oh, gets to fail one eventually.
꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
She's healed up a lot of HP. She's healed like half her life bar with sound great.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Should end up just short of the stagger, I believe. Oh, we're still quite a way off. We have very, very basic attacks this turn. Can't snag harpoon. There's no way. This is very precious glue. Sloth. I think this is our most reliable attack. This model coin. We can actually dominate on this apparently. This is gonna tremor burst on whoever. I don't think I want to take my chances on that.
몹들을 제거하겠소.
Trying to make it so that I crow's eye on the turns where we're not generating MV with
수많은
이
것들이
쌍.
옥죄어온다.
every option, every turn that he gets an option to use an envy generator. Try to use it. Good indeed. Stagger Mare Assault. So we need to Crow's Eye this turn for sure. We should get through the stagger this turn. It's a bit hard to predict with the shield. One of these we've got to let through, don't we? Ish can take that hit. I think we let through on Ish.
몹들을 제거하겠소.
This intervallo has been so long, it has felt like an entire canto. This like 15 stage intervallo. It's definitely kept us busy for a little while.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
It may take us a while to get through Canto 8, I get the feeling. Still got another intervallo to go. Anyway. This should do it. Yeah, this does insane damage.
표정에 따라 진행합니다.
Now when things get somewhat harder, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Oh, he is doing more things.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
He's on 1 HP. One animal. We let him on literally 1 HP. Hello! That will stagger her. Better play it safe here. Mesa can take that. He's fine. Mesa lasted the whole fight before he panicked. You gotta respect that.
출진이다!
We got that. We got that. That was not too bad. I was expecting a lot worse, given the rest of the intervallo. Next intervallo is insane. Good to know. The skateboards to the surfers are here. There's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Aye. Look. I don't actually believe you hired me just because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope in potentialities because of me. I hope and anticipation that we can make things better. As long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin. Not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Fathom slowly beginning to close. I can also sense Chili walking back and forth in front of the monitor as I'm trying to read the text. Thank you, Chili. Sometime later. Ah! I've returned. Safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? You don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. That's absolutely savage. Damn. I had to double read that. I was like, man, that's fucking mean. That's so fucking mean. You know, like she would read that voice, like that voice line would be read just completely nonchalantly as well. It's like, what are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games or numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. Damn, Heathcliff got wrecked. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis. The sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self, and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. Seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved with us. We'll meet again, right? You. No thank you. Everything has an end. So do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange. This guy. Last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. I'd only taken a step or two. The entire world around us seemed to transform. landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. Damn, that feels like so long ago now. That feels like it was so long ago. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre. But they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Charon and Vergilius were waiting for us.
관리자님의 99% 명령과
We did it!
1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진
We
결과
nailed another interval. That one was fucking hard. That was actually so hard. Like, some of those fights were... They were testing. So I can only imagine that the next intervallo is probably going to be harder. Yeah, we made it! Another intervallo slain! Is it worth me buying either of these when we have the cool versions? This is our last chance to spend our currency for this, I think. We don't need this, because this is like the inferior version of the other one. It's pathetic. So I guess we can get this. We can equip 2 time-killing times on our thing. We can compare them. Damn. That's how much we're repping the time-killing time. Might as well get the pulls. What am I going to do with pulls? No, I might as well get the pulls, you're right. We have some more to play tonight anyway. Oh, maybe I'll wait. Shit, mirror dungeons are out now, aren't they? We'll be doing those tomorrow. We'll get to do our hard mirror dungeon for the first time ever. Try to. Yeah, how many stages is this? 12. Oh boy. 12 stages of pain. Easiest intervallo. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's look at them and drool. I don't have that many pools, actually. Surprisingly, I don't have that many pools. We've got 40 pools. 40 extraction tickets. This deck extraction ticket. And then, like, 3-star guarantee and the other 3-star guarantee. That's all we have. Not really that many. We didn't even have to level everyone to 50 for that. To 55 for that. So that was nice. I'm sure we will have to soon. Right, be right back just 1 second, and then we will come back and tackle this new intervallo. Be right back. Ah! Slime! Ah! Be right back! Hello! Hey folks! Sorry about that. I just looked at my my activity feed and just got reminded that 4 hours ago, come BBB followed. Thanks again, come BBB. Thanks for coming. Right, let's get going. Good old cum BBB. What a guy. Dante, any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went? No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Darn. Donkey already get a pause on him? Bridget rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected the cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party, and... Excellent! Then permit me the honour of hosting this banquet! With her usual overdramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again? After all the hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for the out-of-season Christmas celebration? Yet, I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus, the intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Huh? Don't worry about me, really. Well, 'tis true that mine actions have brought thee quite the distress, unintentionally, I might add. Thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies? Can't begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. Sure is an occasion for celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to a new year, right? Seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the new year fades. Classic. Such bubbling enthusiasm from ye warmeth mine own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant, enough delicacies to... Charon, when's our next stop? Mephi'll be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only dum-dums stop on a fast road. So she says. Vigilius muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Fie! For next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour. Don Quixote's idea of the grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness. But Roger brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in the room, so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. Thank you, Dog Truth. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you for following. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H-Corp? Sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building?
Fellas, if you enjoy what you see, don't hesitate to follow and subscribe. Use your unused Prime sub, you lazy bums.
You don't need to do that. Thank you, Aratems. If that whole thing is a nest, then where the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to carry H-Corp's territory and then some. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. A huge box you see over there, that's District 8. We call it Hong Yuan, vast garden, here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the centre of the structure, and the back streets without. Oh, so they squeezed the entire population of this district in there. Do they just not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Prithee, avail me a sight as well! As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Hong Lu. Why wouldn't it be? Look at this chap. Look at him. He's a handsome boyo. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face. Worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Hong Lu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference. Kind of like how Hong Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause. But actually, no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at the moment is to keep a close eye on Hong Lu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides, whoa, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. My efforts aren't enough. I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners, who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. That's fine, that's 1 out of 12 stages. We're 1/12 of the way there. The Jew, oh fuck. Ah shit. Okay. There were 2 enemies. Just notice how much merch Limbus has in Korea. Yeah, they have a huge amount apparently. And it's all quite high quality. The last 2 stages still fuck me up to this day and I'm using the wrong team really. Oh boy, okay. I guess we just use like standard Yisang stuff. Oh yeah, we've got a Dawn now. We made these when we didn't have Dawn.
내가 필요.
최선을 다해볼게.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Duel. We bring the whole squad. Hey, we gotta do what we gotta do. Once we left the bus. Oh man. Can't believe we had to get on the bus here. We have to make a formal complaint against H-Corps for this crap. What the hell were they thinking? Doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest. Many causes there may be to such construction projects, yet perhaps an early warning sign ere our approach to the site would have been a sensible idea. Were not for young Charon's most valiant drifting. I shudder to even imagine the terrible possibilities. 'Twould have been a most awful end to an adventure. It's no surprise, the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Charon quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like ragdolls. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads to the city, right? I bet Charon would have tried to reverse gear all the way back to get the last interchange. But looks like we'll be going through all these winding alleyways to get to the nest. It's so dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H-Corps. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from all the other back streets inside, eh? Yeah, it's a familiar sight, gotta say, it's getting real old. It has to be. It's the Is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well? No. These particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. Rocinante! They're all kind of reminding me of the former G-Corp soldiers back in District 4. What? What do you mean? You mean those fellas? The growths on their feet, the growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't all mutated in the same pattern, like into an insectoid form, for example. Yeah, my mind obsessed with feet, apparently. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so this is where the rumours about that bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages. It seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. They are the variations of H-Corp's singularity, the bolus. The bolus? She is likely referring to medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H-Corp, or the Hongyuan Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground with water into a paste and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. Ah, I guess rumours transform as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back in the K-Corp. The focus of K-Corp's technology is the reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word in their treatment. It is no rare sight to find unique techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of the backstreets of District 8 using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative descriptor for their method of treatment. So, that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at suddenly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp. But many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Mayasol, but from Honglu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. Regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It is highly likely that interoperation conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparate treatment methods to a single body. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for life insurance. You speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. So the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. Ah, the taboos. The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo. It's likely that, on a technical level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation as opposed to a full resurrection. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. Losses, huh? So maybe some of their mutations could be more than just the side effects of these treatments? Maybe. But I heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the backstreets could never even dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so... After all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll see me in the same boat as them, to save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. Stranger's voice cut through our discussion, like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good, making trouble in the neighbourhood. We're about to get in one little fight. You must be the young master of that high and mighty Gia family, eh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. Your friend, Songli? No, I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the back streets, so... Nope, I've never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing that you brought here for submission to the family hierarchy evaluation. The what evaluation? Okay, clearly there's been a misunderstanding. That's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here, huh? Man. Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shansan, third son of the Triax office, challenge Gia Baoyu of the Gia family to a duel. Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? I have a tale! The jewels of the Honourable Fixers of the Sink Association, Eastern Branch, announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name instead of casting their gauntlets. And the pamphlet of that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier presented the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed of lesser quality. 'Tis a true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. So, it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me, let's go, innit? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particularly exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Honglu. I think it's gonna be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're gonna lose against him, but, you know, just in case. No worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. So the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, has he? It's... I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. But grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so it might have been slightly fewer than that on some days. What? Hi, Honglu of the Limbus Company. No. I, Baoyu of the Etheria family. Accept this duel. Honglu stepped forward, confidently, as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, so I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please don't hesitate. Let me? You little... Your cocky pride should be your downfall! The man who introduced himself as Shan-san leapt forward toward Honglu. Then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Unlike Shan-san, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic. as though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shansan threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerised by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air, until, after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realised that Shansan was already face down on the ground, defeated. Huh? Young Honglu! Hast thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yet, to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes, 'twas as though thou wert duelling someone whose skill may only measure against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves. Oh, yes, one of my Biwu instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, anyways, looks to me like you soundly kicked your behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably not do the thing I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer's not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. Don't just sit there. Move your asses and jump them. Pathetic. Oh, there's the red eyes. I can kind of see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With a bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. And here I thought we were going to get away with it. Crazy how Faust is placed above him in the power level. Yeah, indeed. Like, okay, so if Faust can actually see the possibilities and whatnot, or is fed like the ability to see possibilities, it probably means that she has prescience, which means that she can see blows coming, like she can predict how combat is going to play out, which is a very, very powerful thing, right? Anyone who's watched like Sherlock Holmes or something like that, where they can predict exactly what's going to happen before it happens, that's basically that on like an uncanny level, right? So that alone could be powerful. You don't think that's how it works? I don't know. Maybe you guys do. On use, gain 3 shield for every type of negative effect, so that's fine.
몹들을 제거하겠소.
Defense, right? Yeah, that's fine. These guys seem fine. These guys seem pretty chill.
행동을 개시합니다. 타던
Ooh. That's unfortunate. It was a very messy strike. Oh, we're fine.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요. 재밌는 순간이에요.
순조로운 전략입니다.
폭들을 제거하겠어. 거기의 거울은 깨졌어.
This really isn't a great start, fellas. Huh. It's never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad. I don't know. It seems more serious than our usual street rules. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone. They were contracted by someone, not contracted, because that's slight inflection. There is a big difference between that. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Honglu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then maybe this is what Jia Jichun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs? Whoever's behind all this must have had a bone to pick with Honglu. Indeed, it seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was this trial not readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. Seems like they're assuming that Honglu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarchy evaluation. Notice how notice how Altis actually showed shows levels of respect to Dawn. I've noticed that 3 times now, since the whole Blood Fiend thing and all of last Intervallo. She actually she doesn't just talk shit to Dawn. She's like, try again. You're better than this. And there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition. Highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from someone of your genius. Going for the classics of brown-nosing today, Aldis. Since when was it brown-nosing to compliment a job well done? Do you not expect... This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They've sent you a support team to help handle this issue. We heard voices coming from behind us, from wherever Vigilius pointed. There's literally no limit to the glaze. My, you guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? Really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location. I wonder who this is. Away from our agreed rendezvous point. A familiar voice. A voice we could not forget. Oh god. Been a while, everyone. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from. This is the blast from this was what, Kanto 5, these guys. These guys were Kanto 5, right? We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from and recognized the 2 people we've been hoping to see again. Yeah, sorta.
완 벼. 생각해보니 고철덩이 발명품으로 고장난 윗대가를
Another
부수는 것까지
easy victory,
꽤 미약적.
as all of these are going to be. Sorde? I think it was Sorde. Was it Sorde or Saude? Saude. Saude. Probably Saude. Probably Saude. Saude? Hey, pilot, right? You're... What's wrong? It's like you're all looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them last time? Yeah, sorry, he was Kanto 5. He was the guy we rescued in Kanto 5. She was the contact that we had in Kanto 2 where we infiltrated the casino. infiltrated the casino. I did. I sure did, Mum. Oh yeah, he did. Sinners each recovered from their initial shock of seeing them again. Yeah, she was back in Canto 3 as well. And soon, their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see some things haven't changed much around here. Sade, we're so glad to see that you're okay. TikTok to you too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Sade smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. All the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey! I'm merely congratulating her on her promotion and offering a recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. We all know the meaning of that promotion carries. Indeed, and it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where's she going to get the bare minimum of the recognition and the consolation she deserves? A shush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die just so I could snag a promotion. So in that regard, I appreciate that, Aldous. If I were being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could revive me if I wasn't. Then, did Effie also... Apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with the prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy, K-Corp, ampules, life insurance? Neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyways, let's not try to dwell on the depressing stuff. We're here for work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work, okay? Pilot? Yes, ma'am. Well, let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a fellow who has ties to the GF family, so I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yeah, yes, sir. Briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we had ever had in the displeasure of sitting through. Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Saude. Saude. I think it's Saude. I'm trying to remember how it's pronounced in how it was pronounced in the voice actors. Saude, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 H principle. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get back, Pilot. Did I do something wrong? Shh. Pilot, buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Sauda's brows. Prior to commencing this high priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals with connections to H-Corp. So we, as the preliminary observation unit, were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual. Ooh, someone from my family? No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then. And this is how you... Our collaborator is a former employee of the GR family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. And it's likely that he's far removed from the family politics. Less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the GR family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice, butted into the conversation, as though to continue Sardo's explanations. I humbly present myself to the fellowship of young Master Baoyu. Baoyu. Please call me Ching Tao. It's like Ching Tao, right? Please call me Ching Tao. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here? Yep. It's called the Baoquan gesture. Bringing fists and palms together to express respect and peace towards the receiver. Huh? Knights greet one another by shaking their hands with the self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed of a chivalrous spirit. Ah, indeed, much did I worry about the qualities of people young master has surrounded himself with, but I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lads. Wow, Autis has some sharp competition here. Damn. Something feels familiar about this. Yeah, I wonder. Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlegging these days. Not like this guy for sure. That's true. He's kind of like, how should I put this? A bit much. What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the sound of a ticking clock. This is something I had already known ahead of time, yet. What a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Maybe it's the subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of the usual flavour? Wait, is this about me? You dare? Was all the bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her? Or something? I just shook her head with clear distaste and strode toward me. We are nothing alike, Executive Manager. Never have I once said such empty flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I'll leave the guidance of these black streets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Sordo fell silent, her eyes lingering on Vergilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So, I finally get to meet the Red Gaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day a long time. Effie would have loved to have been here. Manager. Vergilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager, Sade. Let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not hell happy to be helping you with your businesses. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh please. It's our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little more time with us? The guide, buds. Actually doing something? That guy? Yes, unfortunately, LCC has had our own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time, and the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Mephi there? Vroom, vroom! Maybe it's not that unfortunate, now that I think about it. I feel like every mission with the LCB has always been a uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were... just messing with you. Sure, we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe some explanation, Vergilius. I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I'm quite busy. Very well. Vergilius turned around and left toward Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time, I'll show you all. I'll show you that I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, the last time I met, I was so darn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. Sade and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Vergilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell. Very well. Please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of the guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. That is some quality glazing from that guy. Ambush! I hate getting ambushed. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong. Wait.
앞장서시오.
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
Kalita, etc.
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
앞장서시오. 앞장서시오.
내가 필요.
최선을 다해볼게. 하라고.
Restarts the journey. Look, we are already like a third through this intervallo. This is going to be the smoothest sailing. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. When the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall a star fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. And like he said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. Thank you, I am the most angelic. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment. As for this song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. The lyrics are pretty ominous for a popular song. This is a song that's spread through word of mouth. Sings how the decimated Kong family. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I'll share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know that there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard of it too, Hongli? He's a posh git from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the back streets. There's no wonder he's never heard anything like it. I have been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers, where none shall reach. I'm like him. To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. That guy used to work for the Jia family, huh? You know him, Hongli? Young master? Is there something on my face? Hongli stopped himself, as though a thought flashed in his head, and glanced quickly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed, humble as I may be, I'm very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Qingtao. Should we be suspicious or something? He is a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given Pilot's clear inexperience and naivete, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Faust and Altus approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. Yeah, we've had a pretty checkered past in terms of our friends and colleagues. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So, what was that about back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. I kind of forgot about that. Oh. His actions were a violation of one of the most important items of his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. Think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. It really does. Well, that's kind of a bummer. You really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's what they're dragging you away for? Is there a problem, honoured guest? No, it's nothing. It's nothing at all. No problemo, right, Ryoshin? S. You idiot. Meso, can you carry Heath for a little bit? He's dead tired. It will be done. It will be done. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshi's sword. I'm surprised he's still alive. Fell forward right into Mayor Salt's welcoming shoulder. Oh, just looking in a mirror, yeah. Roger? You know, the kind of person I hate the most? Kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yep. I nodded enthusiastically, as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but Rodion and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of this time he got knocked out cold for a while, because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. If it is no problemo, as you say, then, well, that is well indeed. Yet, I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. What happened to finding us a safer path? It is likely that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path away from a more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the most observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Damn it, then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing till later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly! Where are you slinking off to, Mr. Qingtao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for a moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strength of our young master and the honoured guests of overcoming this adversity. So, Qingtao was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, you think you can tell us about these enemies? No, but a consultation with the Gesellschaft seems unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming! Meso, wake up Heathcliff and set him down. It will be done. Meso is such a drone. It will be done. Multiple times in that conversation, just like, it will be done. After Kanto 6, he calmed down and led him to pushing him around. Yeah, I've seen that. He calmed down a lot, but now they kind of bully him and he takes it on the chin. Usually. Ten enemies. Oh shit, how have we ended up with Mayor Salt? That's my bad. I guess it doesn't matter too much for chain battles.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
판단을 부탁합니다.
Not in any rush to kill them because there's 10 of them. And I'm not taking much damage.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
늘 새롭다니까요.
Nothing comes close to those chain battles at the end of Canto 7. My dear god. Those were horrific. The ones with the blood fiends. They were so horrible. They're some of the hardest fights of the Canto.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Between him calming down and then not even knowing what they went to Wuthering Heights for, they just treat him like shit. Yeah, they do. He probably gets treated the worst out of the entire group. He's like often the butt of jokes.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠. 적을 난파시켰습니다.
있는 순간이에요.
규정대로. 규정대로.
Killed 3.
하던
Keith and Greg are the bully brothers. Greg doesn't even get bullied that much. Like, if anything, Greg shits on himself more than anyone else because he seems to have really, really low self-esteem.
늘 새롭다니까요.
Like, he thinks very little of himself, doesn't he? Because, like, he thinks himself like a mass murderer, a genocidal maniac or something because of his hand. Can't match colours? What do you mean? Really?
규정대로.
Kind of have to go through that, don't we? Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. We can go through it. On the dashboard, there was a cool long a pride. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Like, we didn't need absolute pride resonance in that sense. I was picking weaker attacks purposely because there was no point in killing the enemies, as there was still enough replacements for them to come straight back in. So I wanted to save stronger attacks for when we needed them, in case we did. Where is win rate? I'm still reeling from the last Intervallo, so I'm taking each of these fights very seriously. We can win right now. Now that we know we're good. There's no big nasty bosses. The last Intervallo, literally every encounter I think was a nightmare. The last dungeon boss is probably the least of all of them. And apparently this Intervallo has some really nasty fights in it as well, but we're not there yet. Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. A collaborator, who'd been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yeah, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honoured guest's martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. This humble servant could not hold back his tears at the wondrous sight. To witness such excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself, what an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the Gia family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It was simply my assumption that the young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? About that. It appears that we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be that the ilk who lurk in these parts of the back streets can recognize the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. Family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hongyuan must know the face of the young master who is loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarchy, huh? Didn't Jia Jichun say something about their heirs back then? They all assumed wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. Huh? That's... well, that is indeed a relief. Oh, a relief, is it? Oh, well, but of course, it is a highly dangerous endeavour to partake in the hierarch evaluations, so it is of great relief to know that the young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be a relief. Sort of. Now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Heh. Why are you laughing, Ryushu? Now I'm worried. Please, do not concern yourselves any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places, yet you claim this to be the safer path? Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hongyan is not like most places. Fine. For now. Ota shut her eyes for a moment, out of retort, and turned to look at Ishmael. Hey, Ishmael. You must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way. You're actually gonna read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like hell, did no one think to... I will find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Okay, fine. Here it is. I just opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at the text, as though she didn't want me to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Another sinner reading a pamphlet? Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Yeah, Otis is getting up like, what I found funny was like, wait, I'm like that. Are you serious? I am like that.
뛰어주실 필요는 없어요.
She was like offended.
단테님 덕분일 거예요.
I need to get Marisol out of here.
우와, 기대되네요.
모두에게 평등하게.
재밌군. 즉시 출격하겠습니다. 재밌군.
달리자 로신한테!
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어.
달리자 로신한테! 따라가겠어요.
I still
따라가겠어요.
really can't get used to having backup.
따라가겠어요.
네.
내가 필요해?
최선을 다해볼게.
이게 최선이겠죠?
I often just leave off my backup and completely forget to use it. We were on a desperate run. All the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oi! What happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shite! It appears the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I've said, the young master's radiant. At least try to get a little variation to your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he is being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. I just played with the panther in her hands, clearly frustrated, but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Gia family, looks like everyone in the backstreets has been getting pretty plucky with it while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we walked past. Ah, what a wonderful change. Oh, shove that wonderful change up your arse, you bloody loon. How much longer till we get there? My cousin is close. Calm your worries. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of his journey. Birmingham. Did he really get numbed to all the violence that fast, or? Speaking of which, what's a kaizen? It is a term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? Whew. It's gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Not sure about that, but it seems like the Kaizens also offer alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. And phew. Hopefully we won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hongwan, a taboo. A taboo? We may rest easy within there. I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch, as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. But I guess I'll just ask her about that later. Phew. Man. If it's for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest, why couldn't they say all this fighting until then? Because it would be too late. Late? How? Every hierarch candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It would be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try to take each other's just to be sure. I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience. That how you folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation. However, we may be inviting even further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time. It'll be nighttime soon. Weird SOC patch this is. Yes, this is not an SOC patch. I'm not sure where Sarah is. She's probably busy. Busy woman is our Sarah. 10 enemies. We can deal with that.
먼저 간다.
Yeah, this game has a fantastic OST, really nice sound effects. All of the audio is great. I could not agree more. We can use those.
출진이다!
That's one singular attack.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 침묵을 안
I'm glad you enjoyed listening to it, Skeletor. I really am. It's all staggered, so we don't have to worry about that too much.
타던
I'm just expecting these fights to suddenly get very hard. Killed one.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만
좋은 전략입니다.
Yeah, it's so nice of them to give us this really easy intervallo. And I'm sure it's going to continue to be really easy. I'm sure we won't have any problems at all.
쉽네.
다음은 침묵을 남겨드리죠.
counter there. I guess we just try to go through it. Likewise here. Hello! What's that noise for, my little sweet? What is that crying for, Chili? Sounded like you've been accosted. Trying to spare us from the pain. I kind of have my doubts of that. People keep saying that the end fights of this canto, of this intervallo, sorry, are very, very hard. So I feel like it's not gonna stay easy.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
For now, we're win ready. Hard for the enemy, that is. Oh, thanks. That's really reassuring, Orange Giant. Thank goodness. We'll be in Kano 8 in no time.
순조로운 전략입니다. 늘 새롭다니까요.
좋은 전략입니다. 완전한 침묵.
Oh, speaking of which, we should do our dailies. Now, here we are. Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. At the centre of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please, look this way to see where our honoured guests will be staying for the night. I knew it! I heard so much from Hong Lu about all the splendour. All the... Huh? We followed Qingtao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck, even for us, let alone your young master. This is the nearest Keizan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage. Yet its location in the back streets heavily limits the level of decency it can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, we can always sleep in distant places. Looks just fine for an overnight stay for me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honoured guests to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time... the sweeping wave. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there. Exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honoured guest travelled to District 8 before? Well, no, this is my first time here, but then one must ask how the honoured guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book when she hadn't had to contend with it in person. Innumerable, unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings, the ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even officers of the backstreets. Oh! We are beset by danger from all sides. Such bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Zip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, Does it not imply that it is technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they would be able to lead us in our direction before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well. Allow me to speak freely, without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honoured guests to the central zone and to ensure the young master's safety. It is indeed technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the back streets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is not to guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose. To stubbornly forge on toward the family mansion in lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. You... Wonderful. Truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust in my life when devising a strategy. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those that they serve. Really? You're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I've misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words with my very own. Yet now, my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. This humble servant did not imagine even in his wildest dreams that there would be someone who understands the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is cause for much relief in my heart. Listen to him! This one knows how to jest! Basically best buds now, huh? I may have lost my cool for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It's highly likely that we will be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realised that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gazes locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm going to quit and go work with this guy now. Thanks for everything. And as for this hotel, it is still much better than sleeping in an outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue before... Sorry, my cat's right in front of the screen. Be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing the search for better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Aldous? The Glazers joined forces, it's over. Yeah, whatever, we get your point. Let's go inside. Whew. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear out our decision as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of Dazay mustn't be judged with such haste merely by observation of the exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of. Worry not. Rodians surrendered. Wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. This actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here. I love that Heathcliff's definition of not bad is not dirty. This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. Landscape paintings lining the walls give off a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Do they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No. It seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of structures in proximity. Well, the door is open now. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to this building. Please do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Honglu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, and if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. Sounds like we've been taking some tips from the guide here on our vocabulary. Do you suspect something, Honglu? So I decided to ask. Not yet. I don't think. Huh? Not yet? So, big brother, something fell off to you too. That's when we called a familiar voice. Wow, Ji-chun, it's you, and so soon too. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh, wait, don't tell me that you're staying here too, Ji-chun. I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind of large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. Ooh! Hail to thee! Yeah. The confident look on Ji-chun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? No. Don Quixote's the same as always. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Ji-chun, well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge for a moment, so that we may share a moment of catching up? Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. Dear Ji-chun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her. I like that idea. Shall we? Wait. Why don't we go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? What? You wanted to do some catching up, right? Sis, Manager Esquire? Loss of critical personnel may be a cause for disciplinary action, Dante. I don't think that there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Ji-chun really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. It's not Don Quixote that she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place for... Fine. I'll try again later. You get some sleep. I'm heading in too. Ji-chun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Yeah, catching up. Ugh. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging.
깔끔한 전투였어요.
We did it. We need to do our dailies. You seem like the sort, Akira. You seem like the sort. Everyone was busy, looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? Something in here stands out. Like, imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? Oh, I missed that joke you sang. That's not what I was... I'm not... Anyway, am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore button in this whole picture? Ooh, yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Roger. So what's so off about this place? Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks grow? What's this weird mystery table at the center of the room? Huh? That is kind of weird though. What's that table doing there? Its saturated colours are quite the pleasant sight to behold. So, is it any better inside? What the hell is that hideous table? The kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet. Every step on the floor leaves black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor, touching the walls leaves an unidentifiable black substance on one's finger. Not to mention how the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of this structure? Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff have been slacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organised if that's the case? I've been into enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up. At least it appears that the room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, Executive Manager, we may be able to rest here. Huh. I guess they really didn't have time to clean up. Jia Jichun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. I'm not even sure what to say about this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. Ain't the first time that we're sauntering straight into some shady business, innit? Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? I guess. Anyone could tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, please, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Huh? I've never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you will be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the centre of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide, King Tao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. No, she wasn't. She clearly fucking hates them. I still think that a lot of the glaze that Otis does is like, it's just her doing her duty. It isn't even necessarily something that she really feels. Still think that's kind of true even now. Yeah, Dante is absolutely clueless. She was like giving him, she was basically winking at him. She was basically like, and Dante was like, man, she's getting along well with that guy. They've really hit it off. Wait, what? That's simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed! That individual has an informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with were, he would have to be able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought, as the party with an informational disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with that individual and go along with their plans while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought about that. Actually, you were standing on the keyboard. I seriously thought that suspicious guy would totally won you over. Executive Manager? I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who so overtly It's nothing. His disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. While it is uncertain as to how long that individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Honglu, Jia Bao Yu. I present the fact that it was Pilot, that inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection, as another evidence supporting the suspicion. That's also true. Faust also has information to share. Faust joined the conversation, after listening to us discuss for some time. A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas. And that also has to be. It is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongwan, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to a conclusion that he was most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants that we faced earlier was also most likely part of their plan. It may very well be that this building itself is also a trap, yet we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreet to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities, given the low caliber of the assailants they decided to send after us. One thing we can capitalize on is that mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. Then I would appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. It's not an unreasonable thing to ask at this point. I just bowed politely, returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about Qingtao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. She had a fair point there. Like, yeah, we kind of just dismissed her. We're just like, oh, it's just us being honest. I realised that Honglu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Honglu outside, and ran into Jia Chun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door. It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? Oh, just looking for Honglu. Right. I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. This we remember well. The first type usually says whatever's on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting, as it seems as though they don't recognise me as a human, but rather a wall or a clock on the wall. Yeah, Dongrang. Dongrang was hilarious. He'd just have a conversation with himself and we'd be like, hey, hello? Hello? And he'd just be like, they're monologuing. And the other type is the one that reads me so well, they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Vigilius falls into the latter category. He recognises the pitch of my tics and tocs, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions, like how Don Quixote does. And Jia Chun, who saw through me with that short exchange. Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air. Oh, Does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm just looking for Hong Li because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat? He's a new one. The type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done it that themselves if it was something important. I'm kind of curious though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You brought your index fingers up to your cheeks. Well, Hong Li's always smiling, so I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? Huh. They're tick-tocking a lot more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something. This conversation was starting to veer in a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error. I see. You're looking for my big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I wanted to try to say. Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from there, if he even left. So that's what you were trying so hard to communicate. Jiji-chun was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. Yeah, bless this duo! I did have something to tell you, too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this another time. A new category unlocks. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance. I found Honglu, gazing at the hazy scene out the opaque window. What are you doing here? People watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Honglu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah, it's your turn, Honglu. It really is. I'm back at H-Core, and everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all. Because I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? I'm not like you saying. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience, that's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen. Whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could... Probably. Yeah. But it's okay. I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or those around me, I only... Loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut Honglu off, even before he could finish his sentence. Oi! Let go of me! Just listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that! Hang it. Lower your voice. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. Knew I shouldn't have come here with this guy. Can you be patient, even for a few minutes before bursting out of here? How long have you two been... listening? From the very start, of course. I thought he was finally making some sense at first, but what's that? You're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to hurt you, Heathcliff. I'm just only telling the truth. Bloody hell. I'm about to burst a vessel. Oi, buggy bloke. Am I... buggy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere. So, yeah, you are. Ah, that's not right. Finally, some silence. Anyways, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence and pointed at the pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess he's hiding behind that minnow. Guess he's hiding behind that pillar, Manager Bud. With that, two familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? B-W-A-H-A. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze tests, she says. How the hell did he know that? Huh? Did I get it wrong? You never said G and S. Where did you get a F-U? Rishu looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black, ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rogier and Altus crashing down after it. G-T-F-O. What? Didn't realise I had garnered such an audience for my story. Executive Manager! The sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I'm not like the others who have followed you merely to sate their curiosities. And it's like, we are not the same. We are not the same. Me? I was just bored. Then shall we continue our conversation, Dante? Everyone, back to your rooms now. How many was that? 7. Okay. The Heisho pack. Oh god. Oh dear god. Okay, I'm concerned.
네, 원하신다면.
재미 즉시 살리자 로신한테.
네.
재미 즉시 살리자 로신.
최선은 다해볼게. 하라고?
We're fucked. You're all grounded.
최선은 다해보게.
You're out of control. After that little kerfuffle. Just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own. You absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That's true. However, we are currently in uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. Hey, we're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to come over and something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies? Now, babushka, the camp. Let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out. And they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Hi, Halo! Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit in the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like these sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. For the great gates, which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. So we've been traveling for a year. Yeah, 1 canto away from done indeed. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window. But there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from me in front of me. I slowly turn around to look at where the window was supposed to be. Only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off of the bed. There was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. Its steel, a shearing cold. Just a little nudge and I'd be dead, even before I could even make a tick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis' advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Ryoshu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshu! Snuck in, thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with viscous paint-like fluid, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hong Lu. Executive Manager! Are you unharmed? And Otis, peeking out from the gap. Otis was the one who instructed Ryo Shu that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that? Shut up and help me. Huh? I thought this one was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. Red eyes there. All your abilities were diminished the moment that you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW. What is happening? Just as Ryo Shu was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryo Shu's neck. A beast of the Heisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden, yet falls a star into its fathoms still. No. The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit. A talisman. Yeah. Wait. Get it together. My lady. Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Jieshi Chun leapt into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Were you going to let that bastard finish the stupid spell? They almost activated the Q-Corp talisman. Apologies, my lady. It seems I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now, got it? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, my lady. My apologies. I fell limply to the bed with a sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, are you all... I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassin before he laid a hand on them. Fortunately. Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. When the lights came on, we saw this one. This one's from a Mao branch, isn't it? There was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were viscous fluid. There is something wrong with this building. I knew that they must have done something to the building, but how is a Heisho here? This whole operation's got to be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is, why the Mao branch? There are better Heisho branches to use if all they wanted was to cut off the clock's head. Then they must have had a different purpose, huh? Correct. This one is from the Mao branch, the Heisho packs, which means more of them must have infiltrated the building, though not at the scale of the Z branch. The Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying at the Keisan, including you, my lady. Then, we've got to get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want even a chance of surviving this. Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Thou thought! Thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're as good as dead. Well, wait. Yes. We don't have the time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what we do when we're at numerical disadvantage, right? It will be done, my lady. Jieshi-chun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they've been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Mayasol was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame. To have to borrow the hands of another to protect the executive manager. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it is likely that they utilize the identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Alright, were you attacked by bamboo-hatted assailants too? Their ranks numbered many, Manager Esquire, yet for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... not almost. I saw on my way here that some of us did get killed, impaled straight across their guts. Straight through their guts. So, what he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo. Yes, a lie. How? Ooh! How utterly cowardly and unjust of these vile curs to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the moment to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct. Besides, there's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. Oh boy. Only the strongest 4 and Gregor survived. Yeah. And Gregor's sussy indeed. Yeah, it's the strongest 4, isn't it? Huh. Ah, this is chain. Check. This is a chain. That's one wave. I strained my throat a bit too much. I need to be careful. I will cause myself some real harm. And then I'll have some unpleasant days streaming. I get too into it. What the hell's going on? Is this clashable counter? Ah, clashable counters. We haven't seen it for a while.
출진이다!
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
Now these things are pretty sketchy. We have Ugh. Is Vigilius playable? Vigilius is not playable, no. Not right now, at least. You always just have the 12 IDs in this game, the 12 sinners. It's alright, Don, you didn't need to flip any heads. Don't worry about it. It's only one wave, right? So we do want to deal as much damage as we can. We probably want to save that to clash with, though. It's so good. We win a clash with it.
좋아, 간다.
순조로운 전략입니다.
I have never played Chrono Arc, no. I think I've looked at that game, it really doesn't look like my kind of thing. think I may have looked at it because you mentioned it before, Belly. Which tremor do we have on us? Not really that much. Oh god, what's going on there? That just popped off on us.
생각보다 잘 들어갔네.
생각대로 되었어.
교정대로.
이 시간에 뿌리도록 이 시간에 뿌리도록 하지. 좋은 전략입니다.
That was fine. First bit was a bit worrying. Fox is to play this game. Now I can't get off. What? Chrono arc? Belly?
완벽. 생각해보니 고철덩이 발명품으로 고장난 윗대가를
Chrono arc?
꽤 미약적이야.
Right, folks. I think that is it for me tonight. My throat is a little bit graty, and I don't want to hurt myself. We're almost through the intervallos now, and I'm also quite tired. We did a lot of shit today. We actually got through the last intervallo. That was scary.